Ready? Roll call? Or call this meeting in order. Roll call.
Councilmember Rivas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. Okay, this is the time for oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session unless additional time is authorized by the council. All commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Not seeing anyone in the audience. Is there anyone online?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
If you'll give me a moment, I'll go ahead and bring them in.
Mr. Flores.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're kind of quiet. You might need to
Okay.
speak into the mic.
Okay, I'll get a little closer. Can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Okay. Good evening, City of Porterville. Mayor Meister, before I begin formal comments, I'd like to make a brief procedural request regarding the consent calendar, if that's okay.
No, it's not okay.
May I ask why not?
Just have him give us comments, whatever.
Go ahead and give your comments, sir.
I respectfully ask that the consent calendar items 1, 8, 21, 24, 28, and 32, as well as scheduled matter 40, is pulled for separate discussion. I hope that the chair and council would consider this request outside my 3-minute comment time as it pertains to the agenda management.
He needs to just keep going.
I'm sorry?
You need to just keep giving your comments.
Yeah, just keep giving your comment all the way through.
You can't pull any of those for me?
No.
Okay. Mayor Meister, council members, I want to start my 3 minutes right now. I'm here to confront Porterville's fundamental betrayal of public trust. The city's own records show a consistent pattern. While our most vulnerable residents suffer, you've engineered systems that redirect wealth and power to the already privileged. Tonight, I'll discuss 4 documented examples of the systemic failure, starting with your misuse of COVID funds. The ARPA was meant to save lives, but Porterville's $19.98 million became a slush fund for the connected, while our crisis actually worsened. This isn't speculation. It's in your budgets, your meeting minutes, and the empty lots where housing should be. The $19.98 million is violating the Treasury guidelines. $2.7 million in employee retention bonuses, 2022 union contracts, despite rulings of limited fundings to frontline workers. $1.8 million on vaccine incentives, while homeless services just got $2.8 million. And let's not forget the Santa Fe sports complex, the golf course, the sports complex water issues, double billing yourself, losing $30,000 a year for a decade, netting, and again, misused ARPA. Meanwhile, the Zalad House runs a $40,000 deficit, and 300 to 320 homeless people sleep out on the streets or at the river. Charter amendments protecting power. The proposed charter changes reveal your priorities. Mayor Meister's voter ID law targets Porterville's 74% Latino population. Rivas' gold currency proposals distracts from real wage issues, and his entire CRC commendations look like they were handed to him from Corey Wells or Josh Flowers of the hate group Blessings of Liberty. Porterville isn't Fort Knox. Stand Green's silence on reform speaks volumes. While you debate these, farm workers earn $17,000 a year and rely on Medi-Cal and SNAP benefits you're cutting. USDA records show $1.8 billion in Tulare County farm subsidies since 1995, and 10% of the recipients get 70% of the funds. $416 million a year in water subsidies for almonds. Yet 300 homeless live without running water. Medi-Cal serves at least 45% of the residents you're now cutting. 15 million could house everyone. I demand that you audit ARPA bonuses for Treasury compliance, redirect 1% of the farm subsidies to tiny homes, and drop your voter ID and gold fantasy.
Mr. Flores, please summarize. You have 30 seconds.
Okay,
Please
and
summarize.
address real needs already. Your budgets prove that you choose profits over people. We see it, we'll remember it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Is there anyone else, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll move on to the city council closed session. City manager.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. We have 4 closed session items tonight. The first one, Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiators, APN 253-018-001-000, Agency Negotiator Richard Tree, Negotiating Parties City of Porterville, and Dr. Wilson Park, under negotiation terms and price. Closed session item number 2, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Richard Tree and Juliana Andrade, employee organizations, Porterville City Employee Association, Management Confidential Series, Porterville Safety Support Unit, Porterville Police Officer Association, Porterville City Firefighter Association, and Fire Officer Series. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim, claimant Brandon Gonzalez, agency claimed against City of Porterville. And the final closed session item tonight, Your Honor, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim, claimant Essa Sue Gill, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Apologies, there is one more. Where did it go?
It's Government Code Section 54956.9D2. It actually says D3, but it's D2. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we'll reconvene open session and report on any reportable actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 3, claim of Brandon Gonzalez, on a motion by Councilmember Beltran, seconded by Councilmember Green, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. And with regard to item number 4, the claim of Essa Sue Gill, on a claim, motion by Councilmember Rivas, seconded by Vice Mayor McCurvey, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Okay, ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Beltran. Please remain standing for invocation after the Pledge of Allegiance. But before we start the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to take a moment of silence. One, our former mayor, Monte Reyes, has passed away over our break. And then also for the Texas flood victims, and then Noah Tobin, a sailor who passed away from a parachuting accident at our airport. If we could just take a moment of silence for those individuals. Councilman Beltran.
Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, I'm not seeing anybody. Please be seated. Oh, Marshall, did you want to give an invocation? Please stand. Please stand. No, it's okay.
Father God, we thank you for tonight. Lord, we thank you for all that you're going to do, Lord. We ask for wisdom, as you said, if anyone lacks wisdom, to ask. So we ask for wisdom for all those making decisions and determining things tonight, Lord. We ask that in your precious name, Jesus, for all that you're going to do. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, we have a couple presentations, starting with Employee of the Month, Clyde Laughlin.
Thank you, Honor. I will, go up front, Clyde. It's your time to shine. I get the honor of,
Been it for 18 years.
I love it.
appreciate you coming, sir.
Clyde, you're going to need to turn that mic on, I can already tell.
I'm not gonna say nothing.
It's on, just need to pull it down.
All right. Mayor, members of the council, Clyde Laughlin began his career with the city of Porterville in May of 2007 in the water and sewer divisions. Today, he serves as a valued field service worker 3 in the transportation department, bringing with him over 18 years of dedication, skill, and reliability. Born and raised in the Porterville area and a proud graduate of Monache High School, go Marauders, Clyde has deep roots in the community he serves. Throughout his career, he has held multiple roles, consistently stepping up to take on new challenges, whether it's fueling airplanes, performing building maintenance, repairing sprinklers, or operating virtually every heavy equipment that the city has. Clyde is the go-to person when something needs to get done. His can-do attitude and willingness to go the extra mile make him an indispensable part of the team. Clyde is especially passionate about his work at the airport. He enjoys interacting with pilots and visitors and takes pride in ensuring the facility is safe, welcoming, and well-maintained. His commitment hasn't gone unnoticed. Countless compliments have been received from those who use the airport, reflecting the pride and effort he puts into his work every day. Even while courageously battling cancer since 2017, Clyde has never wavered in his dedication or positivity. His perseverance and strong work ethic are an inspiration to all who know him. Outside of work, Clyde enjoys spending time outdoors, camping, fishing, golfing, and barbecuing with friends. I heard he throws a real big and nice barbecue party. However, he's a devoted LA Dodgers fan. I'll let that slide. And he cherishes time spent with his family. Clyde is a proud father of 2 grown children, Chloe, a recent graduate of Cal State Bakersfield, and Cole, a CAL FIRE Academy graduate, now pursuing a career with CAL FIRE. Clyde also enjoys life with his new wife, Marisol. We are proud to recognize Clyde as our Employee of the Month for July for his unwavering commitment, positive spirit, and outstanding service to the city of Porterville. Congratulations, Clyde.
Don't you do it. I'm gonna give you a hug. I mean, this guy started again.
Were you being serious? You're not going to give any comments?
I'm not really gonna say nothing. If you guys don't mind.
No, we don't mind, Clyde, but we got the certificate. If you'd take a picture of us, it would be a
Yeah,
great honor.
whatever you guys want to do. I go that way or that way?
You gonna go down there? Yeah. Absolutely. We appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Back here.
Okay, moving on to active transportation plan update. City manager.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a presentation prepared. I think it's a joint effort between our Community Development Department and Engineering. So I'll invite them up.
She needs the clicker, Fernando. There you go.
Try to keep it at 3 minutes. Which one is it? This one. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I'm Luisa Zavala, Community Development Department. Tonight, Sarah Weaver from the Engineering and Project Management Department and I will be providing you with an update on the development of our first citywide active transportation plan. We have been working since fall of last year on this project with the consultant team from GHD, Melissa Estrada and Holly Murphy. Ms. Estrada is attending via Zoom in support of this presentation and to be available for questions if needed. Tonight, we will provide you with a brief overview of what the plan is, the goals associated with the plan, the existing conditions, community engagement efforts, and the next steps in the process. Active transportation is walking, bicycling, and any other non-motorized modes of travel such as roller skating and skateboarding. Active transportation is important because it supports individuals who do not use motorized vehicles and rely on alternative modes of travel for their daily commute. Use of active modes of travel improve public health by increasing physical activity and reducing vehicle emissions, which improves air quality. Active transportation also creates an accessible community and promotes community vitality. An active transportation plan is a plan for improving walking, bicycling, and other non-motorized modes of travel. The plan will include a list of recommended projects and programs and will help the city compete for future grant funding opportunities. The development of this plan is funded by TCAG. Goals for the plan include a complete active transportation network, which will provide connections to support walking and bicycling safely in the community, as well as support established regional goals.
Analyzing the existing conditions included reviewing transportation behavior, which is how people commute, the existing transportation network for non-motorized transport, the level of traffic stress, LTS, experienced by non-motorized commuters, and safety concerns or issues while commuting. Analyzing the transportation behavior encompasses taking a look at the types of trips and what mode of transportation is utilized for those trips. Data from the American Community Survey revealed that 78% of work commuters drove alone, 17% carpooled, 1% walked, and less than 1% utilized other modes of transport, such as public transportation, a bicycle, or taxi. Looking at the city's existing roadway network, we find that it is limited in the number of connections traveling east-west in the city due to State Route 65. Grid streets of the city east of the State Route 65 offer greater connectivity with wider roads and neighborhoods that are more open. The more suburban streets of the city west of the State Route 65 provide limited connectivity or room for development with streets that are more congested and neighborhoods that have limited access points. The existing bicycle and pedestrian facilities throughout the city do not provide full connectivity throughout. There are existing shared use paths such as the Tule River Parkway, the Santa Fe Byway, and the Butterfield Stage Corridor, which is currently under construction. But there are a few connections outside those paths to key destinations and schools. The map details the existing shared paths, the shared paths under construction, the bicycle routes, and bicycle lanes. You also see where there are no paths or routes marked on the map, which shows existing gaps in our network.
The level of traffic stress measures the level of comfort pedestrians and bicyclists feel while traveling on a road, as well as their experience while crossing intersections. LTS 1 and 2 are considered less stressful and appropriate for most people, including children, whereas LTS 3 and 4 are more stressful and may be appropriate for some adults and/or experienced riders. This map focuses on bicycle LTS. It shows that the most streets are LTS 4 in red because bicyclists share the road with motorized vehicles. Local streets were assumed as LTS 1 low stress and were not scored. The streets that were scored and are shown on the map are arterial and collectors, which have higher volumes of traffic. This slide illustrates the pedestrian LTS. Most developed or residential areas are LTS 1 and 2, low stress, represented in blue and green. Most undeveloped or industrial areas are LTS 3 and 4, high stress, shown in orange and red. Oh. I don't know why it's not on there. There we go. I don't know why there's a blank one.
Reviewing the safety of non-motorized travel in Porterville means taking a look at the number of collisions that have occurred and where. We reviewed the safety data for bicyclists and pedestrians with Director Sanchez for feedback, and he thought it was important to point out the data reflects city limits only. We are aware of some collisions that have occurred within county islands that are not reflected in these numbers here. The data represented here is from a 10-year span, and it shows there are 206 bicyclist collisions, with 55% of them involving minors, and a total of 13 being categorized as fatal and/or severe. Most collisions involving a bicycle did occur along Olive Avenue, Henderson Avenue, and Morton Avenue. In the same 10-year span, we see a total of 205 pedestrian-involved collisions, with 37% of those including minors, and a total of 34 being categorized as fatal and/or severe. Once again, we see a large number of these collisions occurring along Olive and Henderson Avenues, as well as along Main Street. To date, we have had 2 pop-up events and 1 workshop to engage with the community. The key takeaways from this engagement are that people would like to see more connections to schools and recreational facilities, and they would like to see things that encourage non-motorized transportation like lighting, other safety-related improvements, and programs that educate people on alternate modes of transportation and the use of our network.
As for next steps, we have concluded collecting data and input via the interactive map and community survey, as well as completed the existing conditions analysis. We are in the process of using that information to identify project recommendations, which will be presented as part of the draft plan that will be made available for a review period prior to council's consideration of adoption. As noted here on the slide, public engagement will continue through the summer with a pop-up on August 5th at the Police Department's National Night Out event, an additional workshop and review period. We anticipate having the plan to the council in the fall of this year. We have a website dedicated to our community engagement efforts, as well as an interactive map, which was available for public comment and is now available for viewing only. We also conducted a community survey in both English and Spanish, which has since closed and provided an additional opportunity for community input. The AT Plan website will be available as a public resource throughout plan development in order to keep the public informed of its progress. This concludes our update. We thank you for your time and thank GHD for putting together the presentation slides.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Does council have any questions? No?
No, sir.
Not seeing any. Great job. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may just add a
Yes,
quick
sir.
comment. We ran into technical difficulties with YouTube where the presentation wasn't displaying properly. We'll update the YouTube feed tomorrow so that this presentation is included. Just wanted to make you aware of the technical difficulties we had.
Thank you for that. Okay, moving on to the community center and park project update. Ms. Weaver.
I'm just going to save steps by staying up here.
You're good.
Okay, great. So now for the more exciting presentation. So this is our community center and park project update. It's the first of many to come throughout the life of the project. And as you can see here, we have the picture of what it's supposed to look like once it's complete from the front. And then I've included a map here that kind of lays out what it's going to look like when it's done. So you'll complete with the tennis court, or excuse me, the racquetball courts, basketball courts, teen center, teen study room. Outdoor has a grass pavilion, a mini pitch field. The list there's on the design key, but includes a rock climbing, fitness stations, existing, and then connections to the existing Santa Fe Trail. I do want to point out the very lighter green sections on here are bioswales to help collect water from rain and runoff to keep them on site so we are compliant with storm drain rules for SWIP MS4. It's important because it's one of the pictures I'm going to show you, you're going to be like, it looks like a pool. So we did have our groundbreaking on April 3rd, and appreciate everyone coming out. As you can see, you guys helped us get a head start on dirt moving there in that picture. It was a fun day. After receiving our clearance from the Air Board, we did start work on with the heavy equipment on the dirt work at the beginning of June. And you can see the over excavation on the top left-hand corner there for the pad. They had to dig down quite a bit and then do a lot of mixing with the soil to then recompact it all back up, and then actually built up the pad 2 feet over the existing elevation of the site because there is some flood zone areas there. Thank you to my spouse, my husband, for getting the drone photos there for me of some of the progress. And you can see on the right-hand picture, the pool shape is one of those bioswales that they have to dig out and form. And then there's some along the outer sides of the property as well. So week of July 7th, they began foundation work. We did get clearance on the pad. The compaction was there. The test results on the soil were there, so we were good. Just to give you an idea of how much soil was over-excavated, then mixed, and then removed and recompacted, it was about 20,000 cubic yards. And to give everyone in the audience an idea, that's like taking a football field from end zone to end zone and filling it 9 foot high with dirt. So it's a lot of dirt. So it's a lot of work that goes into being able to prepare to be then go the ground up. So again, here's some more pictures. The one on the far right, you can also see the elevation difference there that I was talking about. And then the middle picture, they're starting the trenching for the actual foundation for the steel cages to go in. Here's another drone picture of that happening. So you can see all the cutouts for the steel cages that are going into the foundation forms, as well as the metal structural supports that will be part of the building. The week of 7/14 through 7/25, we're going to see more site utility work, more grading of the parking lot area, the fire riser sweep, which was inspected today and passed, site curb and gutter work, and then the week of 7/28 through 8/1, we'll have more site utilities and more footing and rebar hold downs going in. And that's it.
Thank you for that update, and I appreciate, I requested this the last council meeting.
You did.
It's exciting to see this project coming forward. A lot of the former council worked on this with this council, and then we also used ARPA funds and general funds to fund this project, so it's exciting to see it come forward. Now, are you planning on doing this every meeting, or I was thinking maybe we do it every 2 or 3 months.
My understanding, the last meeting you said monthly, so I'd planned on the second meeting of the month until directed otherwise.
If you think that there's not a lot to present, then you could put it off to what you think. Use your discretion.
I can make it fun, I don't care.
That was fun. Thank you for that update. Great job.
Welcome.
Okay, moving on to oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearings at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Council, my name is John Coffey, and my contact information is on file. Yesterday on the way home, we went westbound on North Grand Avenue after crossing Highway 65. Now, I know that the city owns at least one street sweeper, but looking at the gutter and about a foot into the street, you sure wouldn't know it. The south side was a little bit better, but not much. We are currently being told how we should take pride in our city. Then we should all do our best to keep it clean. Now, I believe there are other parts of town that look just as bad, but I saw that one yesterday. But let's work together to keep Porterville a little cleaner and a little neater. Not just city staff, but all of us. By the way, there are different safety items, stop signs, traffic lights, etc., that need to have obstructions removed. Tree limbs, palm fronds, oleanders, stuff like that. Drive around town. Ask your staff, do they ever see anything? If they do, have they reported it? If not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Hello, I'm Rafaela Woods, 444 North Prospect Suite B. I'm actually here today to, say goodbye and thank Mr. Michael Knight for all his hard work and his dedication to the city of Porterville. I have had the pleasure of working with Mike on several occasions, especially since founding Redo It, the Revitalized Downtown Task Force, and I think both as a deputy city manager and director of public works. He's done an amazing job supporting us at Redo It, even with budget constraints. You'll be missed. I know you stick around, you live here, so I'm sure we'll see you around, but I just want to say thank you. It breaks my heart. PID gains a gem, and Porterville unfortunately loses another great leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Good evening. Primavera Menarez. My information's on file. I am the interim president of Porterville College. Council members and the staff of the city of Porterville, I would like to thank you for your partnership in regards to trying to look for alternatives or being innovative or other types of pathways for public transportation in regard to the suspension of Route 4. There's a proposal before you to reduce the fare from $5 to $2.50. Our employees and our students who have been riding the public transportation before have been experiencing a hardship this summer. We have encountered students who have been walking, students that are riding bikes, and students who have to cancel classes this summer because they can't afford the $5. So I appreciate the partnership. I have been working with your interim city manager and your assistant city manager and trying to be creative to assist alternatives or different routes for students and employees, and they have been very proactive, and the experience have been positive in working with them. So I thank that, and I look forward to hopefully your support in reducing the rate for employees and students. Thank you very much.
If you would stay just to the end of oral comments, and I'm just going to make a little comment at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council and Rich Tree and Donnie. My name is Josh Hall. I'm the General Manager and Co-owner of Skydive Elsinore. I just want to say thank you, but give a little recap as well. I'll try and keep it under 3 minutes. 6 years ago, as a business, we've been doing military contracts for over 20 years, and we needed to expand and look for a larger airport, larger hangar and things like that. And I must have gone to over a dozen different airports and ended up here in Porterville. And from day one, the city has welcomed us with open arms, and pretty quickly knew this was going to pretty much be my second home. I spent a lot of time up here, just all the veterans flags down the main street and things like that. And we've had a great relationship. I feel, jumping in the Veterans Day Parade, Flag Day, Freedom Fest, things like that. And we don't advertise what we do, especially up here. We work with a lot of different military groups, not just in the U.S., but from around the world. And so we kind of try and stay under the radar, but obviously we can't with, parachutes in the air, and people aren't really used to seeing them. And wondering, hey, what's going on at the airport there? I get quite a few random calls like, hey, I want to learn to skydive, or I want to try it. I'm like, sorry, we don't do that up here. But I've been doing this for a long time, and on a rare occasion, something tragic happens. And, sometimes, you can do everything right and things still go wrong in life. And situation 2 weeks ago, I'm sure everybody heard about it. I just want to thank everybody, because whether it's hopefully I'm not missing anybody, but the staff at the airport, the guys at the fire attack base, Justin over there, Reach, the local ambulance company, Porterville Fire Department, Tulare County showed up, I believe, as well. CDF, obviously, Porterville Police Department, Highway Patrol showed up, Tulare County Fire Department, or Sheriff's Department showed up. It was, I knew pretty quick this was a little different than all the other times I've had to deal with similar type of incident. And I'll say you guys didn't make it easy. And the reason why I say that is the care and appreciation that you guys have was amazing. I already loved Porterville, but I love it even more now. Between that day when we showed up here, the processional from the incident to the funeral home, driving up into that parking lot, and sorry. Just seeing everybody standing there at attention, it was pretty impressive. The immediate aftermath support, I actually tried to come to the city council meeting 2 weeks ago, to halfway here and find out you guys canceled it on me. The following Monday and all that went into that was really impressive. You guys absolutely went above and beyond. I went to the funeral on Friday, and pretty impressive family, and it was an amazing send-off. I got to speak to the parents after at the reception, and they were over the moon about you guys, and they are planning to be coming up here in the next couple of weeks. So I gave them my number, and hopefully I can kind of help facilitate that, but they want to come up here and thank you guys all as well. So yeah, I just, it's a tough incident. We'll be back. We got a group coming in August, and then hopefully the Navy will be back at the end of August. Yeah, I just can't thank everybody enough. Sorry I didn't answer your call, and I didn't listen to your voicemail for a couple of days, actually, because there was a lot going on during that time. But like I said, it was this one was definitely different, and I knew it from the moment it happened. And just want to thank you guys, because not just the city council, everybody, all the comments I saw on the social media from the locals, I just want to say thank you. That's all.
Mr. Hall, it's a great honor to have you in our community. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. I wanted to stand here with my white cane to resemble something that I did want to address in regards to ADA safety in roads and infrastructure around, especially through two transit routes. Because I recently was able to be a guest at a meeting for the National Federation of the Blind, and I realized something that I have never brought up to the council, that I have never really voiced on, and it is the lack of some accessibility features that could be helpful for people with either blindness or wheelchair accessibility, stuff like that for transit systems. In my experience, while crossing through a lot of transit routes and crossing in the street with either a family member or a friend, or just even doing a practice route around the community, I realized that the traffic lights in themselves only are visual, and they are not able to produce any sound that can indicate to somebody who is a blind pedestrian if the streets are safe to cross. Whenever I was in an urban city, such as San Francisco, whenever I was studying for a couple years there, I realized there was a system put in place for blind people to be able to access street crossing with talking traffic lights. And I was wondering if there could be similar things that can be implemented in our small city. I know that we are very limited when it comes to budgeting and all that stuff, but I was hoping that ADA can be addressed and can be considered when council meetings can be are next held.
Thank you, sir. Did you state your name for the record?
Luis Gonzalez.
Luis Gonzalez. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Christy Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Porterville Chamber of Commerce, and I just have some updates for you and some things we have going on over the next couple of weeks. So we have our next coffee with the CEO tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Stafford, so we invite anybody to come in who wants to meet some of our board, myself, and some of our other business owners and organization leaders. Then this Saturday, July 19th at 2 p.m., we are going to be up at Antlers of Hope, the bar and grill. They're going to be unveiling a new sign that they have there. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but now Saturday would be the perfect time to come out. We're also going to have representatives from the Porterville Museum. They're going to be there to accept the old sign, so that's going to be going over to the museum to have a home there now. We're also going to have representatives from Porterville Chamber, Springville Chamber, and the Porterville Recorder is going to be there as well. So please come and join us. There'll be food, there'll be beverages, and there's also a gift card drawing. And then on July 24th at 11:30 a.m., there's a ribbon cutting with Burford Frames at 39 West Putnam. So please join us for that. They're a newer business here in town, newer member of the chamber. So we would love to see everybody out there to learn more about their business. Then July 31st, we have a business after hours at Eagle Mountain Casino. That's from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And we definitely invite everybody to join us for that. It will be in the event center. And this is a multi-chamber business after hours. So not only our chamber here in Porterville, but there's 7 other chambers from the area, from all the way to Bakersfield down to Dinuba that will be there as well. So there's going to be live music, hors d'oeuvres, beverages, and then they're always great about giving away prizes and $10 bonus cash for the first 100 guests. Then the very next day, you can get back up early with us after you've been at the casino and come out to First Friday Coffee. So we'll be there 7 a.m. at the Galaxy Theater, and our sponsor this month is going to be Oasis Technology. Then on August 4th at 11 a.m., we're going to have another ribbon cutting, and this is going to be at Jenny Lynn's Cafe, and this will be celebrating their 1-year anniversary. So they opened up a year ago. I know every time I drive by, they're packed. They've been doing great over there, so we want to go celebrate with them. And then we will also be out at National Night Out on August 5th. We're going to be there with info both on the chamber and our Mighty 190 initiative, and also the Redo It Downtown Task Force Committee as well. We'll have information on all of those. Then on August 6th, we'll have our ambassador lunch at 12 p.m. back at Jenny Lynn's, and we're going to have a guest speaker, Josh Ayers of Puro Clean, which used to be Valley Cleaning and Restoration. And lastly, really quick, our next special event that we have coming up is September 12th from 5 to 8 p.m. It's the Business Showcase, so we invite everybody to come out. We have a really great evening planned. We have over 40 businesses participating, so it's a great opportunity to come and meet the businesses and have some fun. So thank you.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Brock Neely, address on record. Fernando. You're receiving the blast that the mayor put out on July 4th. If you look at the third bullet point, I don't see why the other 4 of you are even here, because he's doing everything. Forgets that this is a team effort, that he has a whole staff of city employees to help do things. It's not him. The other thing is, for the life of me, I can't understand why whenever you're wanting to communicate with Sacramento, you don't even deal with our senator. You deal with the one that has the district next to us. Shannon Grove does not cover Porterville. Look at a map. Look at protocols.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Lisa Knoll, and I live at 722 Windsor Court in Porterville. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask you to review and consider changing the current policy at the Porterville Animal Shelter that prevents puppies from being adopted by local families, including, most recently, myself. Right now, the shelter does not allow the public to adopt puppies until they've been spayed or neutered. Most veterinarians won't perform that surgery until a puppy is 4 to 6 months old. As a result, these puppies are being transferred out of the area to rescue organizations. This policy, while well-intended, means that our residents who are willing to adopt puppies are being turned away. It also robs these puppies of the chance to grow up in loving homes during their most critical bonding and socialization period. Let me be clear, I absolutely support spay and neutering. I understand the goal here is to avoid contributing to overpopulation, but many other cities in California have found a solution that works. They allow puppy adoptions with spay-neuter agreements. These contracts include a firm deadline for surgery, a refundable deposit, and a follow-up system to ensure compliance. Cities like Fresno, Visalia, and Bakersfield all use this approach successfully. I understand that Porterville tried this system in the past and faced some challenges with non-compliance. That is not a reason to give up, but rather a reason to improve the process. Better tracking, reminders, or partnerships with local vets could make all the difference. Other communities have figured this out. Why not us? Instead of sending puppies away to rescues who often charge $250 to over $1,000 for adoptions with their own spay-neuter contract, let's give our residents that opportunity first. Let's trust the people of Porterville to step up as responsible pet owners and be part of the solution. Let's find a way to keep our puppies here at home where they belong. I want to thank Mayor Meister, Mike from Porterville Animal Control, and Captain Moore from the Porterville Police Department for their compassion and understanding as I've gone through this process. This has been a very emotional journey for me, and I know I'm not the only one affected. Thank you for your time and your commitment to making Porterville a compassionate place for both people and animals.
Thank you, Ms. Noah. Is there anyone else? Nope.
My name is Sebastian again, and hello to everyone. But I was wondering, where's the only question I have for you guys is that where's the awareness of the immigration, of the ICE that's happening throughout the city? There's a lot of people that are scared to even call firefighters, police officers to their homes when something happens now. They don't know who to call or who to answer the door now. There's just fear. There's no longer safety in our, not community, but in our Latin community, which they don't no longer feel safe to call someone or to answer a door or to even go to the stores now. I know families that can't even go out or don't even want to work, and it's scary, I feel like it's still a part of our community. We should still have someone to stick out for them, We should defend them instead of having them have fear. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. I'm not seeing anyone else. Is there anyone online, Fernando?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have two individuals wishing to speak. I'll go ahead and bring in the first.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, good evening, gentlemen. Taha Saleh here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just say congratulations to Mr. Laughlin. I didn't know he was going through cancer. He's an amazing human being, and man, that's incredible. So shout out to him. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for starting this meeting off with always a moment of silence for the people that suffered. Thank you for being considerate of not just our community, but our nation and the people that do go through hard times. They don't have to be from our communities for us to consider them. So thank you for that. My concern is a desire for item 24. It looked like there was two different things going on there. I know it's in the consent calendar, and I'd hope that gets pulled for more communication as I am dialing in. I would hate to lose that. I would hate to lose the opportunity to be at home with my baby daughter right now, who you heard, and still be a part of the process. So I look forward to, I'm sure there's good reasons why that's being considered. I know there's a bill involved, but hopefully that gets pulled. We can get some more information and understanding why we have less transparency. Nat, thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the opportunity, and have a beautiful day, everybody.
Thank you, Taha.
Your Honor, we do also have one additional person. Give me one moment.
Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Flores.
Okay, I'll go ahead and begin. Mayor Meister and council members, your systemic violations demand accountability. Here's the truth. Brown Act crimes, items 1 and 40. Item 1, June 17th minutes erase my allegations of illegal closed minute sessions. Brown Act requires corrections. You ignored it tonight and in my emails I sent to each of you. Item 40, consideration of attendance of the 2025 League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. As a charter city, Porterville frequently asserts its independence from state laws, yet now you're seeking to participate in an event run by an organization that advocates for the compliance with those very laws. I don't think any of you deserve to go. Sounds like a form of double dealing. Mayor Meister, do you ever recuse yourself from conflicts of interest at EDC, or just the same stuff like you did with raiding Strawn? Tonight, about an hour and 45 minutes ago, you blocked my comment on requests for pulled items, a clear Brown Act violation yet again. 2, financial fraud, items 8, 21, 28, 32. Item 8, $841,000 for police cars plus a 10% slush fund while Measures I drown in $500,000 of debt. Where's the audit? Item 21, Richard's Trees, $6.5 million TC RTA disaster now funds his brother's no-bid SM contracts. This is nepotism, not governance. Even TC RTA immediately saw that last May. Item 28, your vending ordinance to tax immigrants. Fees for carts but not stores, that's class warfare. No vending zones for or with no safety data, that's racial profiling. No badges, just a pretext for harassment to steal all of a person's livelihood under the false pretext of law as compared to 2019's fees of $100 to $1,000. This is an attack on Mexicans and Porterville culture. Item 32, fake flood emergency to hide homelessness. FEMA closed this in 2023. Stop lying. We will be contacting FEMA and others about your abuse of emergency powers. 3, civil rights violations, item 24 and 40. Item 24, banning virtual comments. Disability Rights versus LA already ruled this illegal. Item 40, speaking of, you let their attorney also cut off my questions. Another Brown Act breach earlier this evening. Demands release all lawsuit tapes where you breached ethics, including Strong's case with the correct minutes. Freeze police and TCRTA spendings pending forensic audits. Rewrite and throw away the vending law or throw away the vending law. No V's, no badges, no zones. Restore the hybrid digital participation access or face DOJ complaints. You broke the law tonight. We're litigating, protesting, and exposing every lie. The public will be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Good night.
Is that it, Fernando?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just, one quick comment before we go on to the reports. Primavera, Porterville College. I would challenge you back as far as the fair rights and support. We were able to reduce it down half to $250 for the riders at Porterville College. I request of you to take back to your board to try to meet the other $250, and maybe we could get to free ridership for the students and teachers that have to go out to Porterville College. If you could work with us and meet us in the middle and may find a way to have free ridership or free fare rides through microtransit for Porterville College. So that's my comments to you. Okay, thank you. And just work with staff along the way if that's something that is possible. Okay, moving on to reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. City Commission and committee meetings, Charter Review Committee. I see Greg Shelton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Greg Shelton, 888 North Wilford Drive. I'm going to give us a brief one because we really haven't, well, we've done a lot actually. I think our agenda's out and you can see what we've came up in a relatively short period of time, thanks to Mr. Dignam who volunteered to start the process, and the rest of my committee who eagerly allowed him to do it himself. I helped him. Fernando was instrumental in getting us some documents, called some favors in from the Registrar of Voters, got us some stuff to fill it all out. So anyway, we've got a meeting in 2 days. Hopefully if the report gets adopted, you'll see it at the next meeting, and at that point, then you will have the opportunity to shortlist however many you want, and then we'll discuss from that point on how we want to handle it in terms of like writing the measures and then down the road promoting the measures. We're going at a feverish pace. We're meeting twice a month and getting a lot done. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Okay, bringing it back to council. Does council have any questions for Greg Shelton and the Charter Committee?
I just have one. You're doing such a fantastic job, Mr. Shelton. Thank you very much.
AJ, you're too kind. All right, well, again, guys, look for it. We'll have it for you. Any other questions?
I'm not seeing any.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Okay, moving on to staff informational reports, water conservation phase 2 status update. Mr. Knight.
I think.
Well, no, if you got a, what's going on here?
I'll cover for Mr. Knight. We provided the June updates for the water conservation phase 2. Staff is happy to answer any questions if you have any at this time.
Okay, pulling it back to council. Does council have any questions for staff? I'm not seeing any at this time, so. Yes, sir. Oh, you've done such a good job, Mr. Knight. So, okay, we'll move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. How would council like to go forward?
Your Honor, if I may, staff is requesting that we pull and remove item number 29 that will be rescheduled as a public hearing in the near future.
Okay. This one wasn't my favorite anyways. Okay, so there's that on record. 29 is being pulled and will be brought back for a future meeting. Are there any other agenda items that you'd like to pull tonight?
If I may pull item 24.
Okay, we have consent calendar number 24. Is there anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Consent item number 8.
Okay, so we have
That's all I have.
8 and 24.
29.
Well, yes, and 29. Thank you. But that won't. That's actually being removed, and we're not going to discuss that in schedule matter. Okay, so we have 8, 24, and then I also would like to pull item 27 for conversation as well.
Mr. Mayor, could you pull number 15 for comment?
Okay, so we're looking for a motion now. Is there anything else that wants to be pulled? So we have 29 that's being tabled to a future meeting. This will be my motion. So 29 put out for a future meeting, and then my motion is 1 through 14, 16, or excuse me, we pulled 8 as well, huh? So 1 to 7, 7 to 14, 16 to 23, and then 23 to 27, and then, or excuse me, 28, excuse me, 26, and then 28 to 42.
Almost.
What I miss?
You kept 8 in.
I was going to say,
That's okay.
yeah, you need to.
That's all right.
You need to skip 8. We got it.
Let me take it, I'll try. So this will be the recommendation, and somebody
Okay.
can say so moved, to approve items 1 through 7, 9 through 14, 16 through 23, 25 and 26, 28, and 30 through 32.
I'll make a motion for staff recommendation. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
I third it.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to our first public hearing. City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Council members, we have 5 public hearings scheduled for tonight. The first one is item 33, conditional use permit to allow for the development of Hampton Inn Suites. I've asked Luisa Zavala to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. This project is a resubmittal of a project originally approved in 2020 that expired after 2 years due to inaction by the applicant. It consists of a conditional use permit for a 4-story, 88-room hotel on 2.5 acres north of Montgomery Avenue, east of J Street. The site is situated between 2 existing hotels and Denny's restaurant. The project as proposed is substantially the same as was originally approved, with 1 additional room and minor changes to the parking area to accommodate parking lot landscaping and a pedestrian connection to the restaurant to the east. The project meets the criteria for exemption from CEQA as an infill development project. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing to receive comments, find the proposed project exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15332 Infill Project of the California Code of Regulations, and 3, adopt the draft resolution approving conditional use permit PRC 2025-002C to allow the construction of a hotel subject to conditions of approval. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll open the public hearing at 7:29. Does anyone like to come forward and give comments? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 7:29. Bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, we're looking for a motion.
I motion for staff recommendations.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Moving on to public hearing number 34, City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 34, public hearing regarding Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District's annual assessment. Due to Mr. Moore living in a district, I've asked Director Javier Sanchez to provide the report.
Yeah, I do believe there's also two conflicts up on the dais, and that would be Council Member Rivas and Vice Mayor McCurvey. So I believe you're conflicted out on this one.
Right.
They're also in districts, just for the record.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Tree, Mayor, and members of council. The city has created 77 landscape and lighting maintenance districts since 1989. The original district had 17 areas annexed for new developments in addition to the new area, or the original area, excuse me. Since 1996, new districts have been formed for each new development, representing districts 2 through 57. Annually, a process of evaluating maintenance needs and establishing an assessment for each landscape, lighting, and maintenance district must be followed. At its meeting on June 17th, 2025, the City Council approved the annual preliminary engineer's report, which indicates the proposed assessments for the 25-26 fiscal year. The assessments, once approved by the council, are placed upon the tax bill of property owners as a special assessment and collected by the County of Tulare. The assessment process must be filed with the county by August 11th of this year in order to be placed upon the tax rolls. The engineer's report provides the financial details of each district, with that showing the fund balances that are reviewed on an annual basis to determine funding needs for maintenance as well as determine assessment requirements. Based on this analysis, staff was able to determine that not all districts will be assessed this fiscal year. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council conduct a public hearing on the 25-26 assessments for the landscape and lighting maintenance districts, to take comments or receive protests on the proposed assessments, and to consider adopting the draft resolution ordering the continued maintenance of landscape and lighting maintenance districts, and confirming the engineer's report and assessments for the 2025-26 fiscal year. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Sanchez. At this time, we'll open the public hearing at 7:32. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and speak to this item? I'm not seeing any. Is there anyone online, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 7:33. Bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions for Director Sanchez?
No, no questions.
No questions? I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations 1 and 2.
I will second that motion.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 3-0. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. A brief respite.
I am so impatient. Gotcha, yes. They were pretty good. Okay, moving on to public hearing number 36, city manager.
Yeah.
Oh, 35. I'm trying to go home, man.
Item number 35, adoption of the 2025 five-year consolidated plan and 2025 through 2026 action plan for the investment of community development block grant, also commonly referred to as CDBG entitlement funds. And I've asked again Luisa Zavala to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. As previously reported, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, requires all CDBG entitlement cities to prepare a 3 or 5 year consolidated plan. A new consolidated plan for the period of 2025 through 2029 was prepared and presented to the council during a public hearing at its meeting on April 15, 2025. At that time, the entitlement allocation amounts for program year 2025 had not been announced by HUD, so the budget was prepared based on the allocation received for 2024, $710,793. Subsequently, it was announced that the city would be receiving an entitlement grant of $653,932 for fiscal year 2025. Therefore, staff is bringing this item back before the council with a proposed budget that is reflective of the lower allocation amount. The proposed budget for program year 2025, which is part of the action plan, takes into account the lesser allocation amount and the recommendations of the CDBG Citizens Advisory Committee, which held a public hearing in February to discuss the types of programs that the public would like to see included in the consolidated plan and action plan. It also reflects both the priorities established through community input and the funding caps pertaining to administration and public service activities. While the lower funding amount is not ideal, the city remains committed to strategically investing the CDBG funds to benefit Porterville's low and moderate income residents and to work towards accomplishing the goals outlined in the 2025 through 29 consolidated plan. Staff recommends that the city council conduct a public hearing on the proposed 2025 5-year consolidated plan and 2025-26 action plan, adopt the draft resolution approving the 2025 5-year consolidated plan and 2025 action plan with adjusted budget amounts, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. We'll open the public hearing at 7:36. Does anybody would like to come forward and give comments on this matter? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and bring them in.
Hello, Mayor Meister and council members. I demand the rejection of the 2025 5-year consolidated plan and 2026 action plan for the CDBG funds. Proposal isn't just flawed, it institutionalizes 11 years of documented fraud that I've researched, including civil rights violations and systemic failure. A legacy of mismanagement. The 2025 plan repeats every abuse first exposed in 2018. Financial malfeasance of over $5.36 million being diverted to non-compliant projects like the sports complex, which fails the HUD's 51% low-income benefit test, and shadowy transfers to the Tulare County EDC, a board stacked with city council family members. Civil rights violations. Hispanic residents still see zero targeted housing funds, while disabled residents face an ADA unit wait list. The city continues contracting with KTHA, an organization caught selling homeless data to law enforcement. Criminal red flags. The sportsplex alone warrants federal intervention. Environmental justice violations. Defund sewer repairs in a 91% Hispanic tract. No competitive bidding. Ramos Development's contracts. HUD fraud. Transfers lack pre-approval. And the broadband project is a phantom line item benefiting the Heritage Center again. Sabotage public process. The hearing itself violates HUD rules. It was announced 4 days ago, not 30. I understand that you're going to have hearings later on. It's held at 2 p.m. on a weekday, excluding working families, and it needs a Spanish interpreter. Demands for action, immediate injunction, halt the sportsplex and CDBG funding pending the DOJ civil rights investigation, forensic audit, subpoena EDC records for evidence of kickbacks and RICO violations, HUD receivership, remove local control. Conclusion, the plan isn't revitalization, it's criminal enterprise. Adopting it risks turning Porterville into California's next Bell scandal. We urge you to vote no, demand federal intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Is there anyone else, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions for staff?
No questions, Your Honor.
Does staff want to address any of those concerns?
I don't think I was able to get all of them.
That was pretty difficult. Okay. Well, with that, how does council want to go forward?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, go with staff recommendations.
I second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other comments? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 36.
Apologies there. Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the council, this item is regarding the consideration of a text amendment to Series 300 of the Porterville Development Ordinance, and I've again asked Ms. Luisa Zavala to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. Portable Storage has requested a modification to the city's sign ordinance that would remove zone district-specific sign setbacks and instead allow monument signs and freestanding signs to be set back 5 feet from any property line. Building setbacks would not be changed. As it can be seen with certainty that this change would not have a significant effect on the environment, the council may find it exempt under the common sense exemption at CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3. Staff is currently in the process of updating the city's entire sign ordinance. However, to avoid delays, the Porterville Storage Project staff recommends approving this limited text amendment at this time. The amendment will be incorporated into the broader ordinance update, which is expected to be completed within 30 days. Staff recommends that the City Council hold the notice public hearing and receive public testimony regarding the proposed ordinance. Approve the first reading by title only of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Series 300, Sections 305.10F and 305.10G of the Porterville Development Ordinance and order the ordinance to print. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. We'll open the public hearing at 7:41. If you'd like to make comments, please come forward.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Gary Day, Dayco Construction Company. I'm representing the contractor for the portable storage, and we did apply for that amendment, and we are anxious to get a ruling in favor of that. We're at the point of a final inspection, probably in the next couple weeks. So the sign's built. We just been working with the city. They've been very, very gracious to try to help us get this thing moved forward. And any questions you might have about the sign or anything, I'm here to answer if that helps.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. You know, we're currently working on our sign ordinance and trying to update it and make it less regulatory. What's that? Oh, I didn't, did I? We'll close the public hearing at 7:42 and bring it back to the council. Thank you, Fernando. Like I said, we want to cut regulations in the city, and the sign ordinance is part of this process, but I also want to be business friendly and deliver on customer service from my perspective here, and I appreciate staff bringing this forward to get a local business going and get their sign up. So is there any other comments from the council?
Well, I just appreciate that we can get this expedited to help out local business, and I would make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. I think there was one more comment from Councilman Beltran.
Yeah, I just had a couple of clarifying questions. From my understanding, this would then affect, I thought it was going to be in the general industrial, maybe commercial zone, but this action would then, it wouldn't matter what zoning it was in. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
That is correct. It would apply a uniform 5-foot minimum setback
So
from all property lines for monument and freestanding signs.
Would this go into like residential? Like somebody wanted to put a sign in front of the house, they could? Right?
I will defer to.
I don't think
it
it
permits signs where they aren't otherwise permitted.
and-
But
But
where they're
technically
allowed, it changes the setbacks.
Technically, you could put a sign in your yard right now if you wanted. Just depends on the size.
With setbacks and certain, I don't think you could put a sign that's 20 feet tall, that's,
Mayor, we have our consultant online, Jeff O'Neill.
I just wanted some clarification.
Perfect, yeah, if we could bring Jeff in and bring that clarification,
Yeah,
that's a good
Jeff
thing.
was going to clarify.
Yes,
probably.
Mr. O'Neill, thank you.
Thank you, Your
Yes, I
Honor,
misspoke.
and Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. So, yeah, this doesn't otherwise allow signs that aren't allowed already. It simply removes the enhanced setback requirement in some zone districts. So whatever type of advertising is already allowed doesn't change in any zone in the city. It's just that the setbacks from the street rights of way is reduced to 5 feet rather than a greater distance that generally has to conform to the buildings themselves. So no, it does not allow signs to be put up where they weren't otherwise allowed.
And still the 30-foot or the 15-foot adjacent to any arterial or collector street, that remains?
Yeah, nothing in this changes other than the distance from property line.
Okay.
Any other changes that we make to the sign ordinance are part of what the mayor referred to a few minutes ago, in that we're doing a more comprehensive update, but what's before the council tonight only affects the distance that signs that are already allowed can be placed to the property line.
I guess a little bit of my concern was, I'm trying to physically picture a signage like that. I'm thinking of like Target or some of the larger shopping centers, where if the setback is 5 feet from the sidewalk, whether egress or ingress, that depending on what type of support is there, it might obscure line of sight with pedestrians, bicyclists, any oncoming traffic, where being that close to the sidewalk might obscure vision. That was just a concern.
That's a valid concern, and nothing in this affects sight lines that are already required under other parts of the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Once again, I like stating we live in the most regulated state in the nation. We don't want to live in the most regulated city in the state. So love this approach, love what we're doing here. We have a motion on the table. I'll second that. If there's any other comments, we'll call for the vote. Okay? Passes 5-0.
Mayor, would you like me to read by title only?
Yes, ma'am.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Series 300 of the Porterville Development Ordinance regarding implementation of sign-specific standards for monument and freestanding signs.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to public hearing number 37. City Manager.
Yes, Your Honor, this item is in consideration of an ordinance amending Article 7 of Chapter 18 of the Porterville Municipal Code, regulation unsafe and unauthorized camping and storage of personal property. Ask the city attorney to provide staff report. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Tree, Mayor, members of the council. At the regular meeting on June 3rd, the City Council reviewed and approved a draft ordinance updating the city's regulations and policies related to unauthorized camping. These updates are intended to align with recent legal developments, including the United States Supreme Court's decision in Johnson v. Grants Pass, as well as updated state guidance. As part of the ordinance process, the council at its meeting on the 17th authorized staff to schedule this public hearing tonight on the 15th of July to allow for public input and council consideration of the ordinance's first reading. Staff recommends that the City Council hold that public hearing, consider any testimony provided, and consider whether to approve and give first reading of the draft ordinance, reading by title only, and waiving further reading thereof. The prior staff report summarizing the changes was also attached. If you need any, if you have any questions, just let me know and I can go back through that. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Okay, at this time, we'll open the public hearing at 7:48. If you'd like to make a comment, please come forward at this time. I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and bring them in.
Hello, Mayor Meister and councilmen. I recognize the city's responsibility to address public health and safety concerns, but I urge you to consider this legal, ethical, and practical implications of this ordinance before moving forward. I understand the legality of it has changed with these most recent changes, as noted before with the city attorney, Julia Liu, but on the ethics of implementing this, the criminalizing camping without a robust alternatives only will push poverty more. Displacing people without housing or services pushes them into more dangerous areas, riverbeds, industrial zones, where risks like fires and overdoses will only just increase. Sweeps without meaningful support will just traumatize vulnerable populations, including veterans and families. And you'll have Sherry Shields showing up all the time, too. Is this the kind of policy we want representing Porterville? On solutions, instead of relying solely on enforcement, I urge the council to audit the shelter capacities, expand options, low barrier shelters, tiny homes before enforcing any bans, clarify vague language to prevent biased enforcement and property disputes, and invest in long-term solutions, affordable housing, mental health services, and outreach to reduce homelessness sustainably. This ordinance cannot be the end of the conversation. Let's balance safety with compassion and avoid policies that deepen the cycles of poverty here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Okay, is there anyone else, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 7:49, bring it back to the council. Once again, this is just updating our no camping ordinance in the city of Porterville. For far too long, we've allowed the homeless to run our streets, and it's time to start enforcing the laws that we have. I think this is a good addition. Ultimately, we are being very humane. We provide 100 beds at the Armory, and we also provide 30 beds at the Navigation Center with meals, showers, and restrooms. It's the people that don't want the help and want to live a destructive life. And it's inhumane to allow these people to be in our business fronts, at our parks, in our riverways and canalways, and in our sidewalks. It's time to address it, and we don't want to live like a third world nation in the city of Porterville. So this is the approach we're taking. Does council have any other comments?
No, Your Honor.
I'd like to comment also I understand there's some concerns with some folks in the city about balancing safety and compassion, but the track record is pretty clear. Once we put this ordinance in place, we started to actually get some really good results for our city, and balancing safety and compassion and streamlining this is really helping us to continue to make real progress towards that lawful society that we all grew up in, which we lost control of for the last 5 years. It's much improved. Thank you very much for all of the efforts of all of our city staff and all of our law enforcement to make sure that we continue to do this in the most professional way that we can. And this city has led in providing services and paths back off the street for many people, and it's just heartening to see that so many have chosen to live that lifestyle. But we are making great progress here, and we're helping a lot of people, and I just think this is a good step forward, and continue to refine this process and refine this regulation. That was a comment I want to make, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other comments? No.
No, I don't have no comments, other than I appreciate everybody doing their job very diligently and professionally out there with
Yes.
the homeless. I've seen officers in action, and they're very compassionate, and they do mitigate where they can help these homeless people. And but I just want to go with staff recommendations, and I make a motion for that.
And I would second that motion. And once again, I'd just like to state, great job to our police department, Parks and Leisures, the homeless abatement, camp abatement crew that's out cleaning these encampments, and continue great work. We're greatly appreciative of it. So there's a first and a second. Is there any other comments? We'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0.
Mayor, would you like me to read by title only?
Yes, ma'am.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Article 7 of Chapter 18, regulating unsafe and unauthorized camping and storage of personal property, the protection of critical infrastructure, and mitigation of harm to the public health, safety, and welfare.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to a second reading for designating fire hazard severity zones. City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've asked the city attorney to provide second reading.
We would just ask that, I know you had the first reading at the last meeting. We would just simply ask that you approve the second reading of approving the fire hazard severity zones and waiving further reading by title only. Thank you.
Okay, I'd make a motion, or is there any comments, bringing it back to the council? Any comments? Okay, make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0.
Would you like me to read by title only?
Yes, ma'am.
Ordinance number 1912, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville to designate fire hazard severity zones. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to scheduled matters. Scheduled matter number 39, Mr. Tree.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The first of 8 scheduled matters is item number 39, the bid results for Phase 2 of well number 34 project pumping plant, and I've asked the project manager, Ms. Sarah Weaver, to provide staff report. Or Director Sanchez.
Miss Weaver can if she'd like, but no, I'll take this one. Thank you, Mr. Tree. On June 18th, staff received one bid for the Phase 2 of well number 34 project. This well is located north of the Porter Slough to the west of the Windsor Court subdivision. This well was drilled as a required part of the consolidation of the Central Mutual Water Company to meet water quality requirements and system demands. This is the second phase of the well project and consists of the installation of a 250 horsepower pump, electrical system, above ground discharge piping, updated SCADA system, and other items of work necessary to provide a complete pumping plant. The engineer's estimated probable cost was $2,892,450. The low bid presented by HPS Mechanical out of Bakersfield is $3,863,000, which is 33.55% higher than our engineer's estimate. A separate contract for the purchase and installation of the 70-foot tall monopole required for the updated SCADA system in the amount of $147,435.13 has been negotiated with the supplier. An additional 10% is required for construction contingencies and another 10% for construction management, quality control, and inspections for a total cost of $4,783,035 with 13 cents. As it's been council's policy to reject bids when they exceed 10% of the engineer's estimate, it's important to note that re-advertising for the project is not likely to end with the city receiving more favorable bids. Staff worked with the design consultant on the project to research the bid results to determine any factors that may have led to the higher than anticipated values. And it was determined that it was likely a combination of the current construction market, the specialty nature of the equipment, and the requirements on the funding source that all metals sourced for the project meet the Buy American guidelines that led to the bid results. Funding for the project is provided by reimbursement of the State Water Resources Control Board via funding agreement that was approved by council on June 1st, 2021 in the amount of $3,131,369. Staff met with the state board to review the bid received and discuss the possibility of additional funding for the project, and will bring an updated funding agreement to city council for approval at a future date. Funding in the amount of $1,651,666.13 is available in water replacement funds to fully fund the project, while the details of the updated funding agreement are finalized with the state. And its recommendation is that the city council either reject all bids and direct staff to re-advertise the project, or award phase 2 of the well number 34 project. And staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Sanchez. Bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions for staff?
Yeah, I'm curious, is it just pumping plant? Is this drilling a new deep well, or is this a booster system? I don't quite understand what the project is.
It's the equipping of the well. So phase 1 was completed, which drilled it, and this is the phase 2 is equipping to make it
And
work.
that much money to, okay, the well and the casing's there, right? They got
That's
the
right.
casing in the
Yes.
hole?
Yeah, so the phase 1 was drilling the
And
hole.
then, so it's another $2 or $3 million to put the tubing, shaft, and column in, and a motor and electrical. Whoa.
Correct.
Guess I better go on the well
Well,
drilling
this isn't
business.
just any normal well, right? This is a big well.
Mr. Knight, you wanted to add?
Yeah, what's the horsepower rating gonna be on gonna be a turbine on top?
Yeah, so just to help support Mr. Sanchez in his response, so this is the equipping of a municipal well. So it is a little bit different than a smaller pumping plant. So the column has already been drilled, the well casing has been drilled. So this would be a full equipping with motor, pump, bowls, all the SCADA equipment, the electrical equipment that goes in, chlorine generation site for disinfection, all the details aligned with operating the well site. So this has been a trend throughout California. The prices after COVID kind of skyrocketed. I have been in communication with the Department of Finance and state water boards discussing the bid results. We've shared those bid results with them. There has been other similar projects bid out in other areas, and we're seeing a common theme of somewhere between 26 and 30% above engineers' estimates, just due to lead times and the cost of equipment and inflation. It's been shared with the state. They understand the conditions. This is not something they haven't seen before. And essentially, just as was described by Mr. Sanchez, the next steps would be to move forward, because it'll be about an 18-month process to get this equipped. And rebidding it would delay the project and potentially subject us to a higher bid result. But the state would go through the process after reviewing the bid results, and they've given us acknowledgement that it would be an amendment to the existing funding agreement to fulfill the scope of the project. This is not just for the Central Mutual. It is kind of encompassing. It was tailored to that project of Central Mutual, but as a result of the East Porterville consolidation and the Central Mutual Water Company and the Aiken Water System, this would be the final well through that agreement that makes the city whole in its capacity to serve the additional service connections brought on through those drought impact situations. So.
I remember fighting hard to end the declaration of drought emergency, and this well was part of why we kept it going on for so long.
Correct.
And you mentioned a lot of things. Did you mention the 70-foot tall monopole as well to with the SCADA equipment? So this is big. It's very good for our community. It's going to create our capacity for water. Ground pumping to go up. I think it's a good thing. Yes, it's 33% higher than what we were expecting, but we have grant funds supporting this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what was my understanding.
Is there any other questions?
Yeah, I was just curious to what it was. I hadn't really.
It's a lot of money, and it's hard to make sense of it. I get it.
So basically.
Clarify it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Knight.
I just have one question. Basically, it's just a project that's been in the making and in the works, that it just needs to be finalized?
So this is the capacity. So this is the water component.
Okay.
Through the project, so as was explained in the staff report, the signing of the agreement happened, back in 21.
Correct. That's what I see.
So through that, we brought on the Aiken water system.
Okay.
So infrastructure was supplied to the water company, and the customers were connected. Central Mutual Water was also connected. They had an issue through the drought where they only had a single source supply, and they were having issues with meeting demands for the community. So the infrastructure was installed on those as well. So they're fully connected to our system. This is the final component in that drought emergency, if you will, for East Porterville to finalize and make the city whole on its service capacity to the community.
So it's a much-needed well.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is the final aspect between the agreement with the state on the drought project.
And that was for the expansion of the east side.
Yes, when they were having that drought back in 2018, I believe.
It was a little bit longer than that. So it was in 2014.
I was in Sacramento when that was happening, so I wouldn't know. I heard about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other comments?
No, sir.
No, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'd make a motion to go forward with the staff recommendations.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote.
Was that to reject all bids or to award the project?
No.
No, that's for.
We're going with
staff. Two, yeah.
Yeah, right?
3.
No, number one is to reject the bid, right?
So
No, we want to
3, 4, 5, 6, 2,
We
7.
want to accept. We want to accept and go forward. That's our the
Move
motion.
forward, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we have a first. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Thank you for the assistance there, Mr. Knight. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 40.
Thank
City
you, Your Honor.
Manager.
This is an item regarding the consideration of attendance at the 2025 League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. Annually, the League of California Cities provides a conference and an expo where there's educational sessions, legislative updates, and networking opportunities for city officials across California. I do want to mention that the city is a current member of this association. The 2025 conference is scheduled to take place in Long Beach from October 8th through October 10th. There is an early bird registration, savings of $50 if we register before July 24th. The early bird registration would be $725 per attendee. Additional estimated costs such as lodging, travel, per diem, et cetera, staff estimated that it's approximately $2,225 per attendee. Last year, the mayor and most of the department heads attended the conference. Staff is seeking direction from the city council on whether they wish to attend this year's conference, and if so, which staff members should be authorized to attend as well. That's the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. Bringing it back to council, is there any comments?
No comment.
I didn't go to the one in Northern California this year, so this was the one I planned to go to, so I would like to attend this conference.
Okay.
I would like to also attend that conference. It's pretty informative. It's for people that want to be on top of the informational aspect of it. So I would also like to attend that one.
Okay, we have 2 members that would like to attend. Is there anyone else? Yeah, I'll probably miss this one. I know the mayor attended last year, but I won't be. I think if we're going to send our council, we should send some supporting staff with. What's the council's approach on this?
I looked up, usually they have an outline of what their forms are going to be. They hadn't updated it yet, so I don't have any idea if it's anything for city managers or clerks or support staff. So I don't know who would benefit because we don't know
What's
the
available.
schedule is yet. Maybe when the schedule comes out, the city manager could then maybe designate the proper staff if they're inclined to go.
Okay.
I recommend it.
So this sounded like a motion.
That sounds like a good deal.
You motion that, Raymond?
Did you make the motion?
Yes, that was my motion.
Second that.
Do you need any clarification on the motion?
Is motion to have Beltran and Councilmember Rivas both go, and then to allow Rich to designate appropriate staff
Yes.
per the agenda.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 41. Mr. Tree.
Thank you, Your Honor. Council members, this item is in consideration of an ordinance amending Article 611 of Chapter 21, the Development Code of the Porterville Municipal Code, and adoption of resolution related to environmental review procedures and preparation of documents by the consultant. I've asked Luisa Zavala to provide the staff report, or in support of our city attorney.
So I volunteered for this one, so since I know Louisa had a lot on the agenda already. So at the June 17th City Council meeting, the City Council considered the city's current policy, which is codified at Section 611.04 of Series 600 in our Development Code, related to the preparation of environmental review by consultants. So under Section 611.04, the city currently requires that the city prepare environmental documents or technical studies itself, or in the alternative requires that the city contract with a qualified consultant. During its consideration, the council determined at the last meeting that it wished to consider changes that would allow the private applicants to contract directly with the qualified consultants. Specifically, the city council wished to consider changes that would allow the applicants to select qualified consultants from the city's list of consultants, or alternatively select a consultant who was not on that list but was otherwise qualified. Additionally, the council expressed its desire to streamline and simplify the ordinance by removing language from 61104 and approving additional flexibilities via policy adopted by resolution. So consequently, that's what we've done. We've attached for your consideration changes to, you'll see an ordinance that makes those changes to 61104, takes those specific requirements concerning the approval of consultants and out, and they are then put into a resolution for a policy. So tonight, what you have in front of you is a proposed ordinance that would make those changes happen, and that would be, we'd be asking you just to simply approve it for a scheduling of a public hearing and a first reading, which I think would be appropriate to do that at the first meeting in August. And also to approve, go ahead, and if you're good with the policy or whatever changes you want with the policy, to go ahead and consider and approve a resolution that approves that policy tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Bringing it back to council, does council have any comments?
No, I just appreciate that we can go in and look at the ordinance and update it and make it easier and streamline it. And appreciate all the hard work that you did on that, Julia, and I would recommend that we go with the recommendations.
Okay, and just no other comments for myself. I also would like to thank Mr. O'Neill and then our city attorney as well for working on this. This is, once again, part of the mission of cutting regulations, making Porterville business friendly. And hopefully this makes it a little easier for developers to build homes or build businesses in our community. So with that, we have a motion. I'll second that motion. If there's no other comments, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to scheduled matter number 42, City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Council members, this is consideration of a commemorative grant program in recognition of the city's 100th anniversary as a charter city and the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. At its meeting on June 17th, the City Council approved Vice Mayor McCurvey's request to place an item on the agenda to consider a commemorative grant program. This proposed program is intended to support both locally owned small businesses and nonprofit organizations while promoting civic pride during two historic milestones: the City of Porterville's 100th anniversary as a charter city and the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Staff is proposing to model this program after the city's existing community benefit grant program. The commemorative program would offer targeted funding for projects that enhance the city's appearance, highlight local heritage, and celebrate our shared national and civic history. Eligible projects may include, but not limited to, patriotic murals, commemorative signage, storefront improvements, historic exhibits, public art, beautification efforts, and other enhancements consistent with the themes of local and national pride. A total of $50,000 is proposed for allocation from the City Council's fiscal year 2025-26 Special Purpose Fund. Staff anticipates offering grants up to $5,000 per applicant, subject to available funding and council's direction. Tonight, staff is seeking authorization to develop program guidelines and application materials for both small business and nonprofits, modeled after the Community Benefit Small Business Grant Program. Once applications have been received, staff will conduct an initial review to determine compliance with program requirements. All qualified applications will then be brought before the City Council for final approval, including the proposed award amount for each eligible project. It's staff's recommendation, there's 4 of them. 1, approve the establishment of a commemorative grant program for small businesses and nonprofit organizations in recognition of the City of Porterville's 100th anniversary as a charter city and the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. 2, authorize the allocation of $50,000 from the fiscal year 25-26 City Council's Special Purpose Fund to support the program. 3, authorize staff to develop program guidelines and application materials modeled after the Community Benefit Small Business and Nonprofit Grant Programs. And 4, provide direction on program specifics such as the maximum award amount per applicant and eligible project types. That's the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. I'll bring it back to council. Councilman, Vice Mayor McCurvey, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I
This
really
forward.
appreciate you bringing this and putting that together. It's well done. And we recently met with the Heritage Committee, the Ad hoc Heritage Committee, and we found out also that it is the 60th anniversary of the museum at the same time. So we could probably add that in there. I do want to ask a question. But before I ask that question, I want to just help with the guidelines and help the public understand what this is. This is centered around patriotism. American patriotism, the founding of our country, founding of our city, local history, displays of civic pride, and boost civic engagement and build the civic spirit as we go into the 250th year for our country, the 100th year for our charter, 60th year for our museum. And this would be a way to give our small businesses and nonprofits a boost to get some civic engagements and lift that spirit. Now, I want to ask a question. This is being funded. I know we're talking about budget a lot because we've got on the record and we found some structural issues with our budget. There is money allocated for the city council to spend every year, and I think that number is $100,000. And last year, how much money did we leave for this year's budget?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken,
It's like
I think there's a-
86,000 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So we spent $14,000 last year, and so we turned in $86,000 back to the budget. The city council contributed back to help with balancing the budget. And so this is for next year's budgeting, if I'm correct the way I'm reading this. And so that would mean that half of our allocation for next year's budget of $100,000 would be put towards this grant program for clarity. On the finances, I want to get that on the record before we have a chance to discuss and then maybe to vote on it, so we understand exactly what we're doing here. In light of the idea that we're spending some money, but it's for civic engagement, it's for spirit, it's for small business, it's for the economy, it's to spur growth and to celebrate milestones in our city, in our country, in our museum. And so I think it would be something that I would advocate for, and I'm just asking my fellow city councilmen to sign on and support this, something that I brought forward, and I just hope that you guys would see your way forward to maybe allocating the money this way, if not through a discussion to adjust that, because it's amendable. But I'd really like to do this, and I just wanted to get on the record and say more about the depth of this. Thank you for putting this together. Mr. Tree, I think it's a great opportunity for us to discuss and move forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Beltran, you have any comments?
Yeah, I have a few. I think a little bit just to address what the Vice Mayor is commenting on is this funding comes from the general fund. It's allocated each year, as the Vice Mayor stated, for the council's discretion to utilize in any manner which they see fit. I have a concern that in our last meeting, going over our budget study, there were a lot of issues that the city is going to be dealing with shortly. As the public saw in our closed session items, we're dealing with employees right now in contract negotiations. And so this is coming right off the top of the general funds. This isn't a special tax like the community grant fund that's coming from cannabis, that's separated from taxpayer money. That's specific to that funds itself. This is just coming off the top. I myself, I believe in my first year, I requested, and I appreciate the council approval of a $5,000 fund for the homeless shelter to incorporate some projects going on with them. I am concerned with the dollar figure, and I appreciate the Vice Mayor saying that something we can negotiate or work towards. My vision is more looking for a fundraiser aspect, whether that's making commemorative coins and selling those, T-shirts, and what have you. my overall concern is I don't want to be the optics of the bus wraps, which, just like this, is patriotic, but I don't like it in lieu of cutting routes or services to the community. So I'm just trying to be mindful that on one side, we're asking departments and, to cut back while we are allocating funds for, in essence, a celebratory party. So that's my comments on this item.
If I might just comment, it's kind of apples and oranges again on the bus reps. I know this
Yes,
continues
this
to come up, but
totally political.
that didn't come out of the way that you said it. It's really very simply wrapping the buses at cost 20% of the cost, not
It costs
100%.
$110,000 for the bus wraps, and each route is $1.2 million. It's not even comparable. And we had a cut from the government. We had to cut back. So it's not even comparable.
Well, let me just, because we want it to be contentious, but we want it to be accurate. I think the accuracy here is very simply, it does come out of the general fund, which means that the people paid for it. This is for the people. This is for the economy. It's for the spirit of the city, and we have to continue to build the spirit of our city while we balance the budget. We did give back $86,000 last year, and now we're allocating $100,000 more for next year and then tapping into that. So it should not be considered something that is, unless you want to make a motion to say we should not allocate money for the city council to spend anymore, I think we should spend it wisely, and then we should consider what we should spend it on.
Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Well, we're going back and forth on this, where the bus wraps, you can put any number you want on it. The fact is that we did cut services, and we didn't have to wrap the way we did, regardless, because it wasn't designated only for wrapping. It was the overall. We didn't have to. That's fine. I voted for it at the time, so I'm kind of knocking myself. In hindsight, had I known this was happening, I wouldn't have voted for it. Hindsight, I know what's coming down the trail, and so this is where I'm saying I have an issue with this. That's where it's coming from. And we didn't put $86,000 or $87,000 back. We just didn't spend it. It's not like we have a surplus, like we found this money. We just didn't spend it. Because we could have spent it towards the golf course. We could have spent it to other things that we have debts on. So it's not a matter of, we did the city a favor. We just didn't spend the money, which I think that was a good stewardship of the funds.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, you have any comments?
Well, I'm kind of on the fence with it. I would almost say I maybe could support that if the other $50,000, we gave it back to the general fund.
Well, we've spent some, so that wouldn't be an option, but I hear what you're saying, what the remainder goes back.
Yeah, remainder, whatever the balance would be.
It's, if we don't spend it, it just stays in the general fund. What happens is the next year, they fund it back to $100,000. Councilman Rivas, you have any comments?
This is a real good program, and I like it. I just don't want the city to perceive it as though, we're in a budget crunch, and we need to save every money available for the budget. I just don't want it to be perceived as though we don't care about the budget, but because we do. I mean, we're racking our brains trying to figure this out, and we will figure it out. But if we can possibly postpone it, or possibly bring the numbers down a little bit for that, I believe in civic duty and where this is going, but I think right now it might not be the right time to do this because of the financial burdens that the city is in at this moment. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to go ahead and say it out loud. We've been under the illusion of everything is okay. We're doing a great job. The budget is fine. We have this, but what we found through the audit and through the line-by-line budget is that next year we're facing a $1.6 million deficit. That is a fact. We have a $10 million deficit on what we're paying to our insurance, and we have a $3 million deficit to the golf course. These are real numbers. Paul Flores reading them out using ChatGPT to put this out there is the numbers we were transparent on as a council to bring out forward. So there's no doubt that we have some structural issues that we have to fix. Now, we are in the process of negotiations, and I personally, I want to do everything I can to support city staff, our police officers, our firefighters. I want to find a way to work with them and deliver, because they have delivered for us and this community. I love this approach. We're about to celebrate 250 years of American history, 100 years of Porterville charter status. I want to celebrate, and we're going to celebrate. We're going to find a way. Some things that I'd like to see changed or amended is the process of the grant funding. Not everyone's going to be able to afford to do a remodel. We want to push a Americana theme. My thought is to maybe lower the amount of grant funds, maybe to $500 if they do an Americana theme inside a business, putting up American flags, maybe the little banners or something that is Americana, and we could help support that. And if you see small businesses throughout our community do this for next year, it'll be a lot of fun to celebrate 250 years of American greatness. I personally would like to table this until we get back past labor negotiations.
I actually appreciate all the input except for the bus stuff. I think what I would say is if we move forward with this, we could make it contingent on closing the gap on the budget and getting past the budget issues that we've identified. And if we get past them, then we go forward. If we don't, then we turn in the money.
Well, I personally, Vice Mayor, I love that you brought this forward. I love this piece. I love that it's going to incentivize our businesses downtown, our businesses all over our community to celebrate with the city and with all Americans in our community 250 years. And so I want to do this. I just don't know if the timing is correct right now. That's my position.
Can I maybe add something that might help, or at least a little bit of compromise is, with the Heritage Committee, I don't know if you guys have a logo or a theme or something already in place, or something that you guys.
That's 1234 reports.
Okay. But with that, possibly allocating a smaller amount, maybe today, to maybe have that for a commemorative coin or some type of T-shirt design, to see how that goes, to see if the committee wants to help support the city fund this. Maybe this is a way that they could contribute. I don't know what coins would cost, how many would be made, but maybe a small contribution now to kind of get that rolling, to see what the feedback is.
I think that the Heritage Committee in time will bring something forward that we could decide on as a council. I like this separate. This is something that we're doing for our businesses, that we're promoting 250 years of American greatness. I think I've said that 4 or 5 times now, but I really like it. I just think the timing is too soon. That's my only. So if I was to have a motion, it would be to amend the grant fund amount and make it possible for businesses to just, if it's a mural and it's going to cost $5,000, then, and we could go up to $5,000 and they're going to do some kind of mural, that'd be great. But if someone just wants to do, tablecloths and flags in their business, maybe we do a $500 grant to promote that kind of spirit in our city. So that would be, and then to table it until we get past labor negotiations. That would be my motion.
I would second that motion, Mr. Mayor. It's a good idea.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Are there any other comments? I'm not seeing any. We'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, so moving on to schedule matter number 8, City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, this item is regarding the authorization to negotiate the purchase of police vehicles and associated equipment. Happy to answer any questions, provide the staff report if desired. Please let us know how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, who pulled this agenda item?
Number
8?
Yeah.
Councilman Green.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to pull it, just kind of like what Greg just did with the grant thing, is just kind of maybe wait and see till after we get the budget form kind of pinned down, formalized, and see where we are, then we can revisit that right after we do get that done. That was all I wanted to pull it, just to see if anybody would think that's a pretty, at least a reasonable idea.
Let's ask staff some questions, and because I know that they put money aside, our police department puts money aside annually for purchases like this, and we want our police officers to have the tools they need to serve our community. So, Chief, if you would just give us a little update.
For a little clarification, so we depreciate our vehicles from day one when we purchase them. That's like putting a car payment into an account. So when you look at some of these vehicles, we have the funding when it comes up each year. So we have this funding in our vehicle depreciation every year. All our vehicles are now in IRH and have been for the last fiscal year. We have this funding now for replacement. In addition, when we look at certain vehicles, like just looking at these in the staff report, just to go over a few, 13 years old for one vehicle, 11, 11, 9, 9, 9, 11, and then the K9 is 5. K9 is a little bit different. I can explain that if you want. The average for unmarked vehicles is an average of 10 years life expectancy. We base that on several things. The condition of the vehicle, obviously, the overall condition of the vehicle, the miles on the vehicle, the engine hours, and also the age. Not necessarily the age, because some of these vehicles we have pushed each into the next fiscal year to try to have some cost savings each year. It just happens that these vehicles are in pretty bad shape, and when we look at this approval and we go through these in depth, usually starting in January to work towards the fiscal year, also working with Assistant City Manager Mike Knight's office and City Works to also look at the internal conditions of the vehicles and also the preventive maintenance costs that we have on the older vehicles. It starts costing more money in the long run. So when we look at these, and then to add to that, we're looking at a 4 to 6 month turnaround when we get the cars in our possession for upfitting. This started occurring usually right around COVID or right after COVID. So right now, when we're looking at vehicles, they could be there right now with one of our vendors, and then next week be gone by the time that. So we're looking at, if we were to purchase these vehicles after a budget another budget study session, we're not looking at having replacement vehicles until fall of next year.
Oh, wow.
And so we currently have the funding for this.
Chief, I appreciate that brief description on what you guys go through and how the vehicle life depreciates. And it happens real quick, and I'd invite my colleagues to go on a ride-along. Go see what they do when you're traveling across town to save lives. The life, it's not just a regular vehicle in the sense in the wear and tear on these vehicles. So I understand the importance of replacing, and I support this agenda item just from my position. Are there any other comments?
Yeah. I just want to say, well, it sounds like you've just about, those babies are ridden into the grounds right now, right?
Yeah, looking at this list, and when I go over it with the lieutenant, he's in charge of going through these with command staff since January as we look at replacements coming into the fiscal year. And obviously, we're wanting to be good stewards of the people's money too. So some of these vehicles have been pushed to the next year. And then we went over, and it just happens to be a lot of vehicles this year. Usually you'll see 2 or 3, 4 vehicles. We've been pushing some of these vehicles like 2012, 13 years this is 3 years past the 10-year average that we have for vehicles with, almost 200,000 miles. So we're looking at, the wear and tear of the vehicles, like the mayor said, and we have the funding to do this now.
Well, yeah, and I understand they get to the point where they become not dependable, and they cost more to run them than it does to buy a new one. It gets to that point. Like, a fellow told me years ago, don't fall in love with that old equipment. And there was a reason he told me that. Took me a couple hours to figure it out, but then I got the message. Thanks. I just wanted to pull that just to talk about it, because I definitely don't want to impede law enforcement, public safety. That wasn't the point. Just curious. And thank you, Chief. Appreciate the info.
Is there any other comments?
Yeah, I support this, and I want to go with staff recommendations, because me being from the department that I came from, you can't push these vehicles much more than what they're supposed to, because then you put the officers and the city at risk, because your number one threat is the vehicle, and those vehicles need to be replaced when they're supposed to. I'm just appalled at seeing the vehicles on the list that you push these vehicles to the limit. If you have the funds, and we have the funds, I'm going to go with staff recommendation.
Yeah, I could just echo that, thinking of the one ride-along I've done, and, when an officer needs backup across town, they got to get across town fast, and if a vehicle breaks down because of a decision we made, that's on us, and I don't want that on my neck. So, do you have any comments, Councilman Beltran?
Just another supportive comment was just, I was in sticker shock too, I believe, my first year on, because we're switching over from the Chargers to the Explorers because the manufacturer no longer makes them, and that was the bigger sticker shock. You're adding, $15,000, $20,000 to each vehicle, and I believe last year we had to order it from Colorado because the supply chain was just so bad. So if you can find them, grab them.
And just to add to that, so council approved a few months ago, so we now are able to look at multiple emergency vehicle contractors, so we can go to where the vehicles are at, whether it's up north or here, we can get a hold of the police vehicles.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Is there any other comments, Vice Mayor? Do you want to?
No, I think it's a great discussion all the way around, because the public needs to hear this conversation if they're interested in this, because there's a lot of negativity around money that we're spending and around the budget, and helping everybody to understand why we're spending this money is really important. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that.
Okay, so we have a first on the table, or a motion on the table. I'll second that. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 15, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, we haven't done this for a while, and we don't do it very often, but the staff is seeking authorization to initiate the naming process of the under construction 4th Street Park and Community Center. We can provide the staff report, answer any questions if you'd like. Please, at your direction, sir.
Vice Mayor, you pulled this one?
Yeah, I pulled this item. Personally, I don't know about you guys, how you guys feel, but I think naming buildings and things kind of goes down a strange path. I think there's a precedent set with the animal shelter where we named a room. We've named a room here at City Council. So I think if I would comment on this and give direction, I'd want to amend this to not naming the whole community center, but maybe naming the gymnasium or naming something there if a committee wanted to do that, but not the whole building. That's what I wanted to get on the record.
I was hoping your motion would be to name the building after me, but okay.
I have a question. That is an excellent idea, Mr. Vice Mayor. A couple of buildings named after some local achievable academic individuals here, or even school teachers. One would be, my thought would be my counterpart, Mr. Tim Vandy. He went to the Olympics. I mean, name a building after him. That would be great. Or baseball players that, like, that went to the All-Stars or the major leagues. I mean, something like that I would be supportive. Or
is that opposite of what you were saying?
No, I just said not the whole building. We could name
a room,
or a section or something.
Basketball court.
Basketball court.
So, just to clarify, you're thinking it should just be the community center.
Yes.
And then as far as the park, just the park, community center park.
Well, I mean, I'm
it's got to have a name.
I'm open to this. I just don't want to put it. I want to be very. Let me say it this way: it's challenged to find the right name, and you can't make anybody happy. and someone's always going to be disappointed. So I'm just trying to keep it as generic as possible, but still honor the idea of naming part of the community center as something.
So just to go to staff, or if they're having their own sidebar, going to staff for historical reference, naming Fallen Hero Park. I know it's in the staff reports, but can you just go on record and state kind of the process so that we could all hear it?
Ask Mr. Moore if he was deeply involved in that.
Director
We
Moore.
held a, yeah, we were directed to hold a public survey, and we received many names, and then that went in front of our Parks and Leisure Commission. They narrowed down the names of the public down to 5, and those went to City Council for the final decision on the name of that particular park.
Where is it? Gotcha. And so you oppose an approach like that?
For the building, there's a park associated with it, I guess, so the
Yeah.
precedent is there. I just want to be careful in the naming process that we don't get out in a situation where we name it something that
Gotcha.
is unpopular.
Where, similar to like the animal shelter.
Yeah.
Councilman Beltran, you have comments?
Yeah, I would just echo what the vice mayor had stated. I'm sure many individuals are deserving of recognition in the community, but along with that, I find a more, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with the 4th Street Park. I mean, something to that generic effect. It makes it easier for people to find when they're Google searching or anything like that. But also similar to Main Street or Veterans Park, where there's benches that can be dedicated, areas of, the court or what have you. So I like that, more of that direction of maybe for the committee or when this goes out, is that not an individual name would be recognized. It would just, basically no personal names of individuals be excluded from a list, just to kind of not make that an issue.
Gotcha.
Right, yeah.
Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
No, sir, I don't. Thank you.
So thinking out loud, I thought of some names. We have a theme, All-America theme in Porterville. You have the Veterans Park, you have Fallen Heroes Park, but you also have the heritage in some of our parks, like Zalad Park, going off of the Zalad family. You have the sports complex, that's a little different. I thought of 2 names, one that I'm not the biggest fan of, and that would be the Patriot Park. It just doesn't ring right for me. But then another one is Lewis Park, and I went with Lewis Park because you have Lewis Hill there. Yeah. And I don't know what the heritage exactly is to Lewis Hill and what the family may have been there, but I wouldn't mind hearing about it. And just because of its location, it may be a good name for that park, was my thought. But if the council's desires to stick with 4th Street Park and the community center, and that's the majority, that'll be the direction we go.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that name, just not making it an individual's name would be more the direction.
Okay. Is there any motions?
Well, are we going to get any feedback from the public on
Well,
this?
that's what staff is recommending, is that we put it to the public,
Yeah.
and then it goes to the Parks and Leisure Committee, or Parks Committee, and then narrow it down to 5, 10 names, whatever it is that we desire, and then it comes back to the council.
Ultimately, it'll come back to us, so we don't necessarily have to pick if there's an individual name.
Thank you,
So
Councilman.
we don't always have to, it was just more of moving those aside so people can be more creative and not foothold to that type of.
Personally, I think it's the right process to get the community engagement.
Absolutely.
And then go forward from there, and we can make our decision.
Excellent.
That sounded like a motion.
Is that a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
And I'll second that
I'll
motion.
second.
Okay, we'll call for the vote.
I beat you, AJ. You're not quick enough for me, buddy.
Someone has to vote. Passes 5-0. Okay. Moving on to schedule matter number 24. City Manager.
you, Mayor, members of the council. This is in regards to opposition to California's Senate Bill 707 and recommendation to end virtual public comment. Senate Bill 707 was amended as of lately, May 29, 2025, would require all city councils, committees, and other legislative bodies to offer two-way virtual public access and real-time interpretation services at all open meetings beginning the first of next year, January 1st, 2026. These requirements would remain in effect through January 1 of 2030, with some elements such as disability-based remote participation becoming permanent. While the bill is intended to expand access to public meetings, it imposes significant unfunded mandates on local governments. If enacted, the city would be required to invest in costly upgrades to its public meeting infrastructure, including audio and visual equipment, interpretation services, and ongoing technical support and staffing. These new obligations come with no guarantee for state reimbursement, placing added pressure on limited municipal resources. As a charter city, Porterville has long exercised discretion over its public meeting procedures. For example, we did not allow virtual public participation until the pandemic, and that's when it started through a policy. SB 707 would override this local authority by declaring its provisions a matter of statewide concern, applying uniformly to all cities regardless of charter status, size, capacity, or community needs. This one-size-fits-all approach limits the city's ability to manage its own affairs and adapt public engagement policies in a fiscally responsible and community-specific manner. In light of these considerations, staff recommends that the City Council oppose Senate Bill 707 and return to in-person public participation at City Council meetings and any other public meetings where virtual public participation is currently offered. A draft letter of opposition is attached for the mayor's signature. Staff is recommending that the City Council oppose California Bill 707, which imposes new unfunded mandates and removes local discretion over public meeting procedures. 2, direct staff to immediately discontinue the city's virtual public comment option and return to in-person participation for all city council meetings and all other public meetings where virtual public participation is currently offered. And 3, authorize the mayor to finalize and transmit the draft letter opposing Senate Bill 707 to all city, local, and state representatives.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilman Beltran, you pulled this item. Go ahead and lead.
Yeah, this might be for the city attorney question. Is this like an all or nothing if we do kind of what we're doing now with some Zoom participation, but not necessarily like the interpreters and stuff like that? Is this bill kind of an all or nothing?
So the bill is burdensome. It's a lot.
Yeah.
As everything Mr. Tree referenced is how I understand it to be. I've also reviewed it. I can tell you the League of Cities is actually opposing it as well, just because it is creating such huge burdens. It is a blanket. It hits basically every local public agency, public entity in the state of California. So not only cities, but even just your little districts, it's just, I can't even imagine how they'll end up having to get some kind of waiver. A lot of them, they'll have to try to get waivers just because I'm surprised.
Does this go to even water districts?
Yeah,
everything?
water districts, community service districts, public utility districts, the whole
School
gamut.
districts.
I'm not sure about school districts because they sometimes operate under different, but I would imagine school districts potentially as well. So, and and it's not just the public, it's not just the Zooming. And actually what Zooming, of course, is a big part of it. Which, by the way, there are problems still with Zoom bombing and problems with having, those just, really inappropriate things said on Zoom potentially. And the problem we have is that if we have to discontinue Zoom, you have to discontinue the meeting under the legislation. So I think it needs some amendments, quite frankly, and I'm hoping that it gets, but it has been sailing through some of the processes just in my review of the legislative history on it so far. So I get it. It sounds like a great idea, but they've got a lot in there, and it is going to create a lot of burdensome. It actually has some very extensive interpretation or some translating requirements on it. beyond what you would just think would be common sense. So I think that that's the other thing too. So definitely a lot there. So there's two things in here, obviously. There's the legislature and then there's just the what do we want to do. And so just to touch on that briefly, right now, there's no legal requirement to hold meetings via Zoom. There are legal permissions for it if you want to do it, and to any varying degree. So you can, a lot of the larger cities just have it completely, have just stayed with it. Some are still just doing it. They've gone back to in person, but they still utilize that there are remote meeting attendance capabilities when needed. And then, of course, the other part of this is the Americans with Disabilities Act. So if somebody council members can do this too, but as even a member of the public, if they needed Zoom or being able to participate via audio or video conference due to a disability and they needed a reasonable accommodation, and that made sense as a reasonable accommodation on an individual case-by-case basis, we could also provide it potentially as well. So there's, those things if we got rid of the policy and went back to physical attendance only, those things would all still be potential options, which by the way, with regard to this legislation, the one thing it doesn't do is make it any easier for council members, for the most part, to attend remotely. Right. Which to me is frustrating. You go to all this great, and I think it's great. I mean, I think increased public access is great, but to not actually allow, because it is really crazy and difficult still for council members to do it if they don't want to have to post at their remote location. So.
Thank you for that clarification. That was
Yeah,
good.
that's, I guess that was one was, I agree with, the letter, because it is very burdensome. But the other side, I saw, as much as there may be some interruptions or, as we see typically a meeting, there might be generally one individual. So it's not, hours long or we, thankfully, knock on wood, we haven't had any inappropriateness. But for me, it's just, I think it's neat having the technology and have it available. Why not use it for people to access us? But I didn't want to also open up that window to, if we have it, then we have to follow other things like, we had a gentleman who was in here who was vision impaired, where, this could open us up to some ADA issues. So it's either all of or nothing, kind of was my concern as a liability.
See, even as it currently exists right now, if somebody needs reasonable accommodations can vary depending on what that particular individual needs. So we already are required to work with individuals to try to reasonably accommodate their ability to attend a meeting. So, and that is what the city staff would do if it needed to do that. And that may not just be virtual participation, it could be other types of accommodation.
That's a great clarification, and it lets us know where we stand legally. So this is within our jurisdiction to be able to do this. Some of the comments have been vulgar, and then they're spreading, it's obvious ChatGPT. They're just plugging in the agenda from the city council meeting and then just reading off a script. And I imagine he says, I need this to be in 3 minutes as well, and he has to read really fast, right?
Well, and for the record, I want to make it clear. The comments, we always deal in what's legal, not necessarily what we agree or disagree with, or whether or not it's, we individually do things inappropriate. But I will say, I haven't heard, we've been lucky compared to a lot of jurisdictions. We have not had some of the what they call Zoom bombing, which is literally, you get something that is just blatantly obscene.
I think you forget
offensive.
about our Protect Women Safe Spaces night, where we were bombarded.
I'm talking about obscenity. You'll have people put pornography literally on your screen.
Yeah, well,
it's like blatant.
It was verbal pornography.
It's the blatant what would actually violate under the constitutional principles. Yeah.
Okay.
Or violence, which is even worse.
Was that the clarification you needed there, Councilman? Is there any other comments from the council?
No, sir.
Yes, there was a comment from a community member about sending this letter more than to just Senator Grove. So if there was an amendment I can make, let's send it to Senator Hurtado, Assemblywoman Macedo, and Assemblyman Ellis. Let's draft a letter for all legislatures and show that we oppose this bill.
Mr. Vaughn, Vince Vaughn, Senator.
This is state legislature, and Congressman Fong is federal. So that would be my motion for those amendments.
Great discussion. I'll second that motion.
If there's no other conversation, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on.
27?
Yes, thank you. I got to find myself.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is in consideration of a letter to President Trump and local representatives in recognition of the city's 100th anniversary as a charter city and the 205th anniversary of our nation's birthday. At its meeting on June 17th, the City Council approved Mayor Meister's request to place an item on this agenda to consider a ceremonial letter to President Donald J. Trump and the city's legislative delegation in honor of 2 historic milestones. As previously discussed, the 100th anniversary of the City of Porterville's charter status and the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The purpose of the letter is to highlight the city's ongoing efforts to honor these milestones through community programs, art, special events that are throughout the year, culminating in a big and beautiful celebration on July 3rd, I believe is the date, July 3rd of 2026. The letter will serve both as a formal expression of civic pride and as a request for financial contributions or federal and state support to help underwrite the city's planned activities. A draft of the proposed letter is attached. Staff will work with the mayor to finalize the language to ensure it reflects the city council's shared vision for the commemorations. If approved, the final letter will be distributed to the White House, members of Congress, state legislators, and other relevant public officials and agencies. Staff's recommendation is to approve the transmittal of a letter that's finalized by the mayor to President Donald J. Trump and city's federal, state, and local legislative representatives expressing the city's plans to commemorate the 100th anniversary of its charter city status and the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and 2, authorize the mayor to sign the letter on behalf of the city council, including a request for financial support to help fund the city-hosted activities, culminating in a community-wide celebration on July 4th, I believe it's July 3rd. Is that correct, Mr. Moore?
It'll be, the 3rd is like the Freedom Fest next year. That's the biggest celebration day.
Okay. Of next year. That's the end of staff's report. Happy to answer any questions.
So the reason why I pulled this, and I know that I had the ability to do this behind scenes, but I want to be transparent with my colleagues and the community. I would like to change some of the language to just add that we're already going forward with this, and we would like their help in assisting going further. And I would like to add pictures of our bus wrap, the Flag Day, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and Freedom Fest. Maybe one picture that we, and staff can use discretion on this, but one picture from each event that really stands out and shows the pride of our community added into the envelope that is sent out. And so that would be the amendment, and just being transparent with my colleagues. Is there any other comments?
I like the idea because it's kind of a month-long celebration every year now with Flag Day and Freedom Fest and all of those things together. So it'd be great to express that with some nice images, and I think that's a great idea to add that into the letter.
Yeah, this is a long shot. There's no guarantee that they're going to get behind this or support it, but it's worth a shot. And at the very least, they're going to know where Porterville is. Is there any other comments?
No, sir.
So,
you could invite them too.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Why don't we invite them?
Good idea.
I know Chief would like that.
Cordially invited.
We'd make it happen. That's not a bad idea. Would you guys like to? So, what would you be inviting them to? The Freedom Fest? What do you pinpoint there?
Well, I think you would invite them to celebrate with us anytime during the year.
Yeah,
because he's
whenever
going to
they'd
have a
like to
busy
come
schedule, right?
during that period.
Mr. Tree, are you hearing this?
I agree. We'll leave it open invitation. We have Pioneer Days that he may be available or someone may be available.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
How about the Jackass Mill Run?
There you go.
Hey, well, he may fit right in, huh? Okay, so I'll make a motion with those amendments to add those pictures and some of the language change, and then I have the discretion to approve the final draft. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 29, City Manager.
Your Honor, staff requested that we pull and remove this item.
Oh,
We'll
thank you.
reschedule for another time.
Gotcha.
Forgot about that one.
Okay, schedule matter number 27.
We did that. Your Honor, I think we're at the point to go to AB reports.
Okay. Oh, man, it's getting late already. How are you guys doing? Do you need a break, or you want to finish this? I know Michael Knight's going, let's get it done.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good for
We're good?
a little bit.
Okay, so we'll move on to 1234 reports. This is a time for all 1234 reports required pursuant to government code. Tulare County Task Force for Homeless, Councilman Rivas.
Yes, we met on June the 18th of 2025. Here are the minutes were approved. The July meeting was canceled due to unforeseeable issues. The presentation of Crescent Meadows Home Key Project for senior veterans experiencing homelessness. A preliminary design was presented along with information of partnership that are programmed in order to provide wrap around services in addition to housing. Final items was an update on the HAP application funds recommendations, and I'll turn that over to Ms. Luisa and after I'm done with this brief report. A vote was expected, however, much discussion. Voting members decided to form an ad hoc committee, in which I was part of, in which I was unable to attend due to unforeseeable reasons. But Ms. Luisa, like I mentioned earlier, she would fill in the gaps in regards to the outcome of the funds available for the navigations in the areas of Porterville and Visalia and Tulare. So with that, the ad hoc committee was set to meet on the 28th, in which I wasn't able to attend, but I turned all powers and voting rights to Ms. Luisa, and which she had my utmost confidence. So with that, that's all I have for it. I think she can fill in the gaps on that one.
Sure thing. We just discussed some HAP funding that was available, some applications that were received. There was some county funds. There was also some funds that were received by the Continuum of Care. And so we just discussed how those funds should be allocated. We consider the applications received and the amounts. They were to fund gaps in budgets for the next few years. And so the group that met decided that they would wish to allocate funding for all of those that were received for 2 years. And then they were going to come back at a later date to consider the third year funding. There was not enough funding to cover all the requests for year 3. So that was the group's recommendation, and it would still need to be considered by the boards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that update. Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Councilman Green.
That would be, I did not attend the meeting. Mr. Knight graciously stepped in for me, so I will defer to Mr. Knight.
Absolutely. Had the opportunity to participate in July 10th meeting here at the City Council chambers. We had a series of reviewed normal kind of business items, budget approvals, paying bills, discussion on the approach establishing a flow model for the basin, with the discussion of other agencies developing in their own GSA, working a budget plan that provides a segmented approach to kind of a basin participation level. So working to establish the budget that allows that flexibility, establishing review of a flow model for the basin. We had a series of reports on communication and status updates on establishing fee collections and basin safe participation. The meeting ended in closed session with nothing to report out. The next meeting is scheduled for August 7th at 2 p.m. here at council chambers.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep, thank you. Okay, moving on to Tulare River Improvement JPA. Vice Mayor or Councilman Green?
Vice Mayor.
We had a great meeting. Starting to talk about, the process of how the dam will be run now that we have the new weir, and it's going to probably take a year to 2 years, maybe longer, up to 2027, I believe, to get that done, which seems like a long time, but they have a lot of testing that they have to do, and the conversation was good. We're moving forward with all of the things that need to complete that project. There's still some funding shortfalls there, which they're chasing to complete it all the way. But the ribbon cutting was done. It's now in operation. The conversation at the JPA turned to our lake and how we're dumping it, because some of the conversations were, hey, we're past 4th of July, let's dump the lake. And I think that what's happening with the water has become such a scarce resource, or whether that's man-made or now that it's turned more into a money supply than just a water supply, that they want those deliveries of that water and they want it right away. And so we have to go back and we have to review the dam itself, because it has 3 main priorities, right? Flood control is number 1, farming and recreation is also on the list. And so when I hear people that are interested in getting the water downstream say, hey, get that water down here by the end of August, and then we don't have a big lake up here, come Labor Day, and we see all the folks up there right now that are barbecuing and camping and enjoying the lake and celebrating, and that's really good for our economy and the spirit of our area. So I forwarded the idea that we start discussing how we keep water in that lake longer, at least through the end of the season. So maybe a slow water, make the deliveries but don't make them all at once. I got some good conversation from Eric Lemus, good conversation from Mark Unruh, and how we might discuss that further as we go through this process. It's going to take a while to get that done, but I think in the interest of everyone, keeping water in the lake a little longer during the summer isn't going to hurt anybody. The water's still going to get delivered, and then we can still get the benefit in the local economy and the recreation, which it was designed for. So that was a good meeting, and we had those discussions, and I'll keep you updated as we make progress on those items. I don't think there was anything other that was really specific, just budgetary stuff and status quo.
I love that, or Councilman Green, do you have any other?
No, sir.
I love the input there, and slow water is crucial for that, and our lake is important as well, but slow water in our river charges those shallow wells on the east side and helps our water grid definitely, because it's going into the ground, right, and charging as slow water flows. And so I love the approach there. It really benefits all. Thank you for giving that input, Vice Mayor.
And we're going to have more water now, so another 20,000 acre feet worth of water.
Great
We
point.
could spread it over time, and that slow water becomes, even though it's in demand, it becomes more of an opportunity.
What is that, like 9 billion gallons it added or something
It's a
like
lot.
that? Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for that report. Heritage Committee, Vice Mayor and myself met July 9th with staff, talked about a hat design, came up with I think the theme is going to be, we're centered around the All America City theme, that banner look, and we're adding a couple little details to it. Our city motto, which 83% of the people voted in God we trust. We talked about a commemorative coin. The street striping, we really wanted to push for striping Main Street, the lines red, white, and blue. We thought that'd be a cool addition. We heard about a city in Southern California. It's Norco does that, and we thought, wow, that's really cool. That'd be cool to do it in the city of Porterville, just because we're such a patriotic community. But unfortunately, the costs were a little higher than we were anticipating, and we've decided not to go forward with that or bring that to the council to make a decision on. We are still looking at maybe a logo that we may be able to put in Main Street out in front of City Hall here. We'll see what the costs on that come out to. Repainting the fire hydrants, we got to communicate with our school districts and try to get the students involved and somehow paint our hydrants kind of like they are on Main Street, the Americana theme, red, white, and blue. It'd be cool to see it more than Main Street. It stretch out for the 250th anniversary. Then we went on to the Freedom Fest and talked about costs, talked about maybe getting a partnership with the tribe advertised parking in their parking lot to watch the Freedom Fest. And we thought, hey, if you're going to advertise for it, let's join and do a bigger fireworks show, and threw out some different ideas how to make it more family friendly, maybe some live music to drive more people out to the event for the 250th year anniversary. We talked about a calendar of events, trying to do some kind of activity with driving the community together, how to advertise it, doing something once a month for the 250th anniversary. Really exciting stuff. For other matters, we talked about the street lights on Main Street and trying to get them painted. I did reach out to Brian. Director Sanchez, did Edison ever get back to you? Okay, so that'll be something I'll follow up on again. I know that we're supposed to have lunch with Brian Thornburg to discuss that. It's kind of an interesting deal where we own the lights, we don't own the lights, but we own the poles.
No, we pay for the for the installation of them, but they're all Edison owned and maintained. We just pay the light bill.
Gotcha. So the moral is downtown is the heart of our community. We want it to pop this 250th year anniversary. We'd like to paint the light poles or get them replaced, one or the other. And so we need Edison to work with us. We've reached out to them for a few months now, and they're not communicating. So we gotta play a little bit harder to get them in line with us. Next meeting is September 3rd at 4 p.m. Vice Mayor, do you have any other input on it?
It was great to have a guest. We had Susan Uptain from the museum there, and we were talking about the exhibit, the Paperboy exhibit, and how the museum can help. And so we're happy to get that participation from the museum and how we might be able to get our calendars out. And then maybe with this theme, if we get the calendars out there, that we can get other people involved, like we are talking about getting the schools involved with the fire hydrants and maybe some artists involved in doing some things. If we can make the theme around the city, around the heritage throughout the year, it would be great. And Susan really liked that idea, and I think we're going to continue forward along those lines. So it was a good conversation with Susan and how we might be able to bring some of the heritage from the museum to play and get some real history around some things. And you were talking about Lewis Hill earlier, things like that. So there are stuff around the city that we need to highlight as we go through and celebrate our heritage, and the museum is on board, and we're really excited about that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, moving on to the Mighty 190 meeting. I was unable to attend, but I know the Vice Mayor did. Do you have an update on that?
Yeah, we had Christy in today talking in comments on Chamber of Commerce and giving us some updates on things that they're working on. The Chamber she leads this committee, and the Chamber has actually got the links to lots of eateries around. We're working with Alina from the county who does the murals, and they got Papa's, our restaurant, on the taco tour. And so we were talking about maybe taking the work that they've already completed and enhancing it, so that we have this app, and it brings everything together so that we can drill down into Porterville if you're going to Porterville, and then drill down on the map to our eateries and make it the destinations a lot more easy to find and easy to if someone's coming into our city or traveling, from nearby or far away, they can get the highlights of the destination of the Mighty 190. So that was really great because they made some great progress on getting our eateries and things in place, and now we just want to continue to build that up and enhance that. There was a lot of feedback They did some surveys, and the engagement level of people has increased about 300%. And a lot of the engagement was around the Tule River Parkway, which is really exciting because it seems to be trending with the gardens with Kathy Capone, and as we're putting the bridges in there and securing the River Parkway for our residents and for our city. I think that's going to become a destination. We got to continue to build on that, and all the progress we've made towards, getting that, restoring that back in terms of a place the city can take their families and enjoy the center of town at the Parkway. And so we see that trending, we see it in the data, and so we want to continue to focus on that, like adding I think there's a 5K run that's coming up in September, and the Chamber's going to get that on there and start helping us to promote that as well. So the Mighty 190 idea is really coming together. We got a great conversation at the TCAG meeting where they'd made a presentation countywide about how Mighty 190 affects us and how we're a really important destination on the Mighty 190. And so a lot of good movement there. It's good to see the engagement. I think that's the spirit is returning, so to speak, and the spirit of getting engaged in this process is it's really encouraging. There was some downs in the meeting. I guess we lost our Camp Nelson ambulance service, just similar to our bus route. We just don't have the demand to support that service the way it is, and everybody wants to continue to do all services for everything, but we have to be practical about it. So we lost our Camp Nelson ambulance service. And, some of our destinations are fire damage now, so we're going to have to get creative about how we make those destinations as they're naturally restore themselves over time, and that's certainly a barrier to some of the successes of the past, where we used to be a destination for hunting and fishing. Not as much, so it's in a state of repair. Mother Nature's got to run its course. There was some good conversations about funding, and we'll talk more in detail about that. But that's really the long and the short of it, making some good, steady progress. They only meet quarterly, but that was the update from this quarter.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Beltran just notified me that he met July 2nd for the Link Committee. We're good for him to report on that? Okay.
I'll try and make it brief. If it was a standard meeting, I would have status quo kind of nothing. But what was really interesting in this meeting, it was on July 2nd at 3 p.m. We did the standard welcome and introductions. The minutes were approved. There was a small budget allocation for a medical aid kit for the Link events. But kind of the highlight for me that I really wanted to share was that Kingsview has just started field-based mental health service. There was a representative from Kingsview, Johnny Blockman, who I'll give a quick overview. And I have a packet here, and I have a bunch of notes written in it, so I'm gonna get a clean copy to give it to each of the council members for a reference. But I want to highlight a couple of the items here. So what they'll be doing is they'll have a team, a 4-member team, that'll be coming to the community 4 to 5 days a week. They'll be going to areas like Finca Serena, the Porterville Navigation Center, which is the homeless shelter that the city helps operate, and other locations that individuals are in low-income housing or in some type of service like a family crisis center and organizations like that. What they're going to be doing is they'll be servicing, helping serve individuals from basically all ages in rural, underserved, or unserved areas. They have 2 teams, one in what they consider the south part of the county and a northern part of the county. They're going to be focused on the unhoused population. Like I said, they'll be going out into the community. They'll also be going down to homeless encampments. Their goal is to improve access to mental health and support recovery. And I thought that was really neat. That there's a really big need. The problem with homeless isn't because they don't have a house. A lot of it is the mental health that is exacerbated by a lot of other factors. But I thought this was really neat. We've tried for at least the last 2.5 years, I've been on Link Committee to try and get medical services, and tied in with that is mental services. And Anthem had a brief service, but it's no longer happening. And so for Kingsview to kind of step into that void and come to this service, like I said, the highlight to me is that they're basically going to be in the community almost every day. And that's a real need. And a lot of it is support of individuals who are in housing and supplemental housing. And the real neat part of that is a lot of these people then get disconnected from services, and they're on kind of their own. This is going to help supplement them to continue their needs, especially on the mental health aspect, to continue them to thrive and eventually be self-supporting. The rest of it was a standard report. They are fully open. Last time I gave a report, they had closed because there were some medical issues going on with the facility, but now it's fully open. Another little highlight is just how much the shower and restrooms are being utilized. Their numbers are astronomically high. I mean, basically from the time they open to the time they close, they have somebody utilizing the facilities. Just a small other part is that we are going to be having our drive-through dinner coming up in September 25th, and just more information with that later. Our next meeting will be August 6th at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Okay, oral communication. Let's see, where is it at? Oh, this is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time, or unless additional time is authorized by the council. All commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Brock Neely, address on record. When you finally bring the grant program back, I'd like to see some things inserted into language that if you're going to use American flags, they shall be made in the United States. No Chinese-made American flags. That's disgraceful.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
John Coffey, contact information on record. Council, one of the things as a veteran that I find weird is historically through the Veterans Administration, money has been available for cities, counties, etc., to utilize for unhoused veterans. Why are we using our resources when there's, I hope, are still available, but during the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, a lot of VA was cut through both Congress and the administration. So I would suggest that the city explore whether VA funds are still available or not, and maybe utilize some of those funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward at this time? I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online?
Yes, Your Honor. There's 2 individuals wishing to speak.
Okay, bring them in.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Flores. Go ahead.
I'm going. Mayor and council members, with your passing of item 24, I've already begun drafting letters to various disability rights groups across the state, and I will have a few dozen contacted before the end of the week. I'm also drafting my own professional SB 707 letter that I'm sending out and welcoming others to also write out to representatives about. Also, funny that you step on the toes of Taha Saleh as well, your charter committee person who joined you earlier. I guess he's Yemeni, so you don't think he is worthy also to have the right, just as a citizen of this town, to be able to also have a voice? I saw many others who were also criticizing the city on May 23rd when Meister unveiled the taxpayer-funded bus route adorned with the U.S. flag, violating at least four U.S. codes of the U.S. flag code. The flag was used as drapery. It was used as advertising, promoting the city's image as well as Richard Tree's brothers' SM contracts with ads. It risks damage, exposure to dirt, weather, and wear. So what happens when you have a damaged wrap? We must think bigger, potentially modified also with city branding. Now you're going to abuse this flag, which is a living being, by perverting it on your pseudo-heritage hats. But I stand before you tonight to address something far uglier than policy disagreements of earlier tonight. The hate that's been given a platform in our city, the leaders who enable it. Porterville's Post's 11-year hate campaign. For over a decade, the Porterville Post has published open bigotry against Muslim Americans. The founder, A.L. Laketa, wrote in 2014 that all Muslims are liars, that it's a missionary duty to spy on Muslim neighbors, even linking the Porterville College's Muslim student group inviting harassment. Muslims only understand that might makes right. This isn't free speech, it's incitement to discrimination and hate. Vice Mayor McCurvey's ties to this is that his writings appear alongside Laketta's on the Porterville Post website that for 11 years is called Muslims a Threat, push Sharia conspiracy theories, and urge people to never hire a Muslim. McCurvey may claim ignorance, but ignorance is an excuse. If you publish hate on a hate site, you legitimize it. I notice a lot less of him in the Recorder too, but I don't want him to stop writing. Just align with your actual values around others who will elevate you. Not Flowers, not Wells, not Laketta. Silence is complicity. If Vice Mayor truly opposes his bigotry, he'll denounce the post and cut ties immediately. And with Craig Meister, his toxic backing, let's not forget him. The only reason he ran for mayor was because of Joshua Flowers, and a known John Birch Society extremist, a group with a long history of racism and conspiracy theories. Flowers isn't just a supporter, he's Meister's political godfather, pushing the same far-right propaganda paranoia that fuels the Porterville Post. This isn't about different views, it's about leaders who platform hate or owe their seats to those who do. We need to ask that Mayor McCurvey will condemn Laketta's calls for Muslim surveillance and leave the Porterville Post, or will you stand by this bigotry? Meister, will you renounce Joshua Flowers and the John Birch Society's racism, or do you owe them your career? This council will publicly reject hate, or will you let extremism fester in our local politics? Porterville deserves better. We are not a city
Summarize,
that
Mr. Flores. You have 30
racism,
seconds.
Islamophobia, or leaders who enable it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have one more.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you letting me go last. I'm Cal Hassele, address on file. I wanted to just say thank you for the council members and mayor for pulling the items. One thing, I guess this is going to be just feedback. One thing I didn't hear on number 8 with the police cars. Yes, I've noticed they don't look that great when I see our police cars, but it's not an uncommon thing around town. Just the amount of money that's spent per police car, that's not the vehicle. I think it's like $33,000. I'm not advocating that we don't give our police officers the best equipment, but there are things you can do that I do as a private citizen to make my cars last, because I don't want my cars to end up in junk. I'm doing my part as far as taking care of the environment and seeing engine replacements. There's things that we can do in the event that would have to happen. And I know the police have allocated their money, but we're in a budget, so that's just something to think of. That $33,000 per car is the outfitting of radios and stuff, and maybe we can consider that in the future. Number 15, man, I think you guys hit it out of the park. I think you already had the name already, 4th Street. It was in the report, the 4th Street Park. Effective, non-controversial. You're not going to step on any toes, like Vice Mayor McCurvey was talking about. So I don't know. Maybe that'll come up. Well, with number 24, thank you, Councilmember Beltran, for pulling that. I heard you say, is it all or nothing? I don't remember hearing that answer coming through. If you could consider maybe expanding that in other matters, that if we don't just keep things the way they are, or if we keep things the way they are with these types of interactions, do we have to go further if this bill is passed? Why are we removing it at this point? I didn't really hear an answer as a concerned citizen. And then I guess I have another question during number 42, and I'll try to finish up as quick as possible. We talked about the $100,000 special fund for the council members. I was under the impression that that's a line item, and if we don't use it, it doesn't become a burden on the next year. It's not like something. I heard Councilmember Beltran maybe talk about that. If we don't use it, if it stays on 100, that means that there's no extra money out of the next budget. It's not money that's been taken out and said here and give it back. So I think there's an opportunity there to educate the public to really understand what that is. Is it $100,000 that's allocated? Potentially whatever's drawn down, you got it. That's the budget hit, or is it already a budget hit? And lastly, the celebration for 42. That's great. I love America. A lot of people love America. Politicians, people are really good at raising money. Maybe this is an opportunity for our mayor and for our council members to go get that support in the community and fundraise. I think Councilmember Beltran, as somebody talked about, putting on a fundraiser, raising the money to do the celebration. Thank you for letting me speak. And the last thing I'll say, I appreciate the time, is Brock Neely is somebody that sometimes doesn't get the respect he needs, but yet he brought some really important items tonight that the council acted on. So I'm glad to hear that the message is not getting miss from the person giving the message. And the same could be said about Paul Flores. We might not agree about anything about him, but it's always important to listen to what people are saying. You might get something out of it. Have a beautiful night, everybody.
Hey, thank you, Ta. Okay, moving on to other matters. Councilman Beltran.
Let's see, what time is it? Oh, not too bad.
Not too bad.
I just want to acknowledge staff, Donnie, and I'm sure field services and whoever else helped with Freedom Fest. That is quite the undertaking. I think it's their city's biggest event. So I didn't experience any hiccups. It was great. You know, it wasn't as hot as it normally is. At least I didn't feel that way. But I think I proposed it last year, and I don't know with the Heritage Committee and how the planning will go forward for next year's festival, but I like the drones. They're really neat. Exeter put on a great one. I'm not saying only drones, but I think incorporating drones would be a really neat effect. I know that could be subsidized. I believe, I don't know if it's CARB or who can help subsidize because it's helping with lowering the air pollution. They actually help subsidize if you utilize drones. But just a thought, I thought that would be really neat to somehow incorporate a drone show with the fireworks. National Night Out, always looking forward to that, coming up on August 5th. I know, I'm hoping our meeting doesn't run too long so we can get out there and enjoy that event with the community. Real quick, back to Mr. Soleil's comment about item 24 with the Zoom interaction. You know, I don't like the state mandates, but I was hoping in a way we could keep the Zoom. I know technology comes with its problems, but I feel some of that stuff needs to be embraced. I think if we are going to completely do away with it, I think that's almost regressing instead of progressing. Just my personal opinion on it. With the kind of the Americana theme that the mayor was speaking about, trying to incorporate the schools to do the Americana type fire hydrants. I don't know if that would it's hard to do the whole community, but maybe focus on the military banner routes. That might be a little more focused area, that it's along the routes that the military banners are on. I think that might work really well, if you guys might have had that thought. Real quick, just acknowledging the passing of past mayor and council member Monty Reyes. I got to meet him a few years before I came onto council, just out in the community. What a great individual. He was always willing to help individuals out there. He was very private. You know, it kind of came as a surprise to a lot of people that he was dealing with medical issues. But a lot of respect to him, as a lot of people talk about doing stuff for their community and agree or disagree with his politics. He was a gentleman who would roll up his sleeves, and I saw him put in a lot of work in the community. Want to recognize Mr. Hall earlier for the sentiments about SB2 Noah Tobin, that unfortunate incident, helping administer the social media group Porterville FY. It was an honor to share that with the community. There was a great outpouring of support to his family. Had a brief message with his mother. And like Mr. Hall said, they'll be coming up to the community at some point when the time is right. But I was very proud to see all the first responders, the respect given. One of my sons is in the Navy, and I couldn't imagine if something happened to him that wherever he was, they would take care of him as if he was one of their own. So that was very powerful to see our community come together for that. So thank you, staff, and all the first responders in the community to support that family. In closing, Mr. Knight, I know you still have a few more weeks with the city. You know, you're the second individual, well, actually there's 4 now, since I've been on council that are moving on. I don't think you're getting the respect you deserve, and I'm sorry for that. Other people's, it's going to be their win, and I look forward to seeing you. You're still going to be in the community, doing what you love. I'm sorry for your team that you've built. I know that they're going to miss that leadership. I know you didn't step up to take the position of assistant manager just to leave. I know that wasn't your goal, and I'm sorry that it came to this end, but I know you're respected highly in your profession and in the community, so just thank you for your time and dedication while you were here. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Rivas.
Mr. Knight, it's been a privilege and an honor to know you, even though you're not going to be, when I look to my right, you're not going to be there the next council meeting, but I value your input, and since I've known you, you've been a straight stand-up man that I can respect. But I'm not going to hold you back in your venue. And I wish you all the best. And if there's times that I might need an advice, I would like to reach out to you and hopefully get some more advice that you've always given me. With that, I'm sorry to see you go, but I wish you all the luck. In regards to the Freedom Fest, that was a very nice outpouring. The vendors were lined up the way I expected them to be, very professional. Everything was all the kids were having fun. Everybody was having a great time. I was there. The fireworks was a great display. I was looking as I was looking out there. I was just realizing that, man, the Porterville really put a fantastic thing together, and it made me feel real honored to be there with my family. And I met Mr. Moore and Mr. Tree there, and it was great. It was great. But with the officers, with their police units, a lot of people don't seem to understand that, those vehicles take a lot of toll over the years. It's not just like one person owns the vehicle. You got 3 people, 3 shifts, and they go through a lot on those roads and on calls, and that's just part of the application of Department of General Services, that for law enforcement vehicles, there is a lifespan, and the public doesn't understand that, because the field that I came from, I was a vehicle maintenance officer for the state up in Sacramento, and you have to put that into play, that the vehicle is the officer's safety, and if that vehicle is not up to par, a lot of things can happen. I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Tree, for putting this together, Mrs. Liu for all the information, the fire department, all the first responders that were there, for Mr. Tobin. The day of the Myers Chapel, when I seen those flags hanging over Putnam, and it brought a really heartfelt sentiment that I was very proud to be a part of this community. I just want to say thank you for everybody's input, and it just makes me a lot. It gets me going forward to why I'm up here. Is I want to make change for Porterville for the better, and with that, I just want to say thank you for everybody. So.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Councilman Green.
Yeah. Mike, I'm not going to make it sound like we're going to your funeral. I'm just going to tell you, I wish you all the luck in the world. You feel like you've done the right thing for your family and yourself. And I wish you all the luck in the world in your new endeavor, Mike. And it's not like we're never going to see you again, because you'll be around, right? Good luck. And thanks for your service. That's all I have to say.
All right. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me get my thank you, Mayor. I really just, I wanted to send a message to my secret admirer on the internet. Socrates said this: strong minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, weak minds discuss people. I really want to come out and say, congratulations, Mike. I mean, this is big. Leadership throughout my career. I worked for a general, I worked for a colonel, I worked for some men of renown. It's a journey. And sometimes you go in directions that you didn't expect to go. Congratulations on where you're going. I'm here. It's going to be very lucrative for you, and that's terrific for you and your family. We're not going to lose you because you're still around. You're an asset in the community. I know there's some change that's going to come at the city because we're going to lose the experience that you have and brought to the city. And I teased you in the meeting this week about how your name was on the city, and it's writ large in how you changed the infrastructure of the city and really improved the city over the arc of the time that you were here. And that's a really important feat, and I think that's your legacy, and be proud of that. And just take it to the next level. You're not going to be far away. We're still going to be talking. I think we're actually going to have to buy our water from you now, so that'll be interesting. But I just want to say, wish you well. I know it's difficult when you make changes late in a career like this, but you're still doing what you love to do. You're dealing with water, and you got all that experience, and we'll be calling on you. Appreciate you. There's a lot of comments tonight about Freedom Fest. Really enjoyed Freedom Fest this year. I talked about it at the Heritage Committee and how we might make it better next year, but it is excellent. Reminded me of past years of just the family environment. The kids are having a good time, and everybody stopped and did the oohs and ahs, and everybody just, it was a great evening out with family and friends. And what a family and friends, 7,000 people. So if we make that better, it'll be awesome. It's excellent just the way it is, but I think we can take it to the next level next year as we celebrate 250. When I was at the EMC event for the expansion of the casino, we had a great event. I think it was, 29 of us from the city attended that. We really had a good time over there. The shared vision, the growth, the optimism, Mighty 190 as the destination, the casino building, we're building a hotel, we're fixing our downtown, the spirit of the community is returning, and I just love this shared optimism that we have with the tribe, and trying to envision and change the area out by the casino, maybe make a regional park and just take that to another level. And it's coming together, and the optimism is it's uplifting, right? And I just want to share that with people that might be watching, that there's a lot of good things happening in our community, and Freedom Fest is just one part of that, and that whole area of expansion will be a destination, as will the Tule River Parkway, as we finish that up and continue to expand and secure those areas for our citizens to enjoy, for our residents to enjoy, and just continue to build that spirit. I think I want to say something about Noah Tobin and the heartfelt words, and I want to say this: it's sincere, it's authentic, it's real, it's moving, and I'd like to thank the staff that contributed everything to that event. And the leadership. Richard was a new leader at that time, and leading the staff, and the assistant leader here with Michael, and all of our law enforcement. I mean, it was just, it showed us we showed who we really are. That is our community spirit. Those are our true colors, honoring faith and family and freedom, and it resonates all the way around us. So great job, everybody. Really appreciate it, and it's just an honor to be able to sit up here and be part of it and try to lead that discussion. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. That's who we are. And at the end, I just say, Mike, as you depart, I guess I'll volunteer get on that board of the ETGSA, and I'll hang out with you, Stan.
I was only an alternate.
I can only be an alternate too. Stan's the man.
Well, that's a great, is that a motion? Actually, do we need to address that, Mr. Knight? Probably so, right?
The intent was that there would be a staff report coming back for council's consideration on the 5th.
Okay. All
That
right.
would be just prior to the next meeting.
Okay. All right, thank you. Great job, Vice Mayor. You know, I want to start with the addressing and thanking Lisa Noel, I hope I pronounced her name right, but thank you for coming in and being an advocate for this, the process or the policy and how we deal with the adoption of puppies in the city of Porterville. You reached out to me on social media, and I appreciate you coming in and voicing your concerns on this policy and how we go about the adoption of puppies in the city of Porterville. You know, I think to myself, for the government to remove a dog from someone for 4 to 6 months, those are times that you get to bond with that puppy and develop that dog into your own personal companion. And in a way, because of a heavy-handed regulation, we're stealing that from our community. And I think it's wrong. I think that we need to rethink the approach. Now, I understand why the policy went in the beginning, and it's probably because we had a lot of stray dogs around Porterville, and this was the approach to fix that issue. But I don't see as many stray dogs as I saw when I was growing up in Porterville. I know that that was an issue. And so I think that there's an opportunity to maybe roll back this policy or regulation or ordinance to serve our constituents in a better fashion. So my ask is, and this isn't a motion, but if we could bring this back, I know that August 5th, we're going to have a short meeting, so if it's something we could look at the end of August or maybe in the beginning of September, and look at the policy and look how we can, is it a policy or an ordinance? It's an ordinance, huh?
I think it's in the ordinance, but I'll have to double check. I'm not positive.
Yeah, I think that there's an approach that we could apply common sense and deliver to our community in that fashion. Moving on from that, Noah Tobin. Our hearts and prayers go out to the Gold Star family, to his comrades, his colleagues. I've never seen so many good-looking, strong young men. I want to call them something else, but they gave me chills when they screamed out Noah Tobin. It was something I've never experienced. Hopefully I don't have to experience again. To our police officers, firefighters, city staff, amazing job. I'm proud to be a Portervillian. I am. I mean, I'm the mayor of Porterville. I was extremely proud that day. To the constituents of Porterville, the patriotic community that I grew up in, the all-America city I grew up in, it just shined so bright that day. It was a great honor to be a part of the people that stood strong for a fallen soldier. And so my heart goes out, like I said, to the family and prayers to the family. Moving on from that, I appreciate coming and advertising the text message that I sent to 21,000 people in the city of Porterville, all registered voters. And I'm going to read my agenda. It's Happy 4th of July from Mayor Greg Meister. Roads, after 18 years behind schedule, we have gone from resurfacing 5 miles a year to over 20, aiming for 30 miles a year. That is maintenance work. Safety, homelessness, no camping ordinance, adding parks, sidewalks, and business fronts, giving our police department the tools needed to keep our streets clean. Added a homeless abatement crew to clean encampments throughout our city. Regulations, as promised, I have cut regulations and red tape, making Porterville business friendly. With your support, I will continue to reduce regulations, making Porterville the easiest place to do business in the valley. Growth, we are engaging major developers, bringing more homes, more business, and more opportunity to Porterville. This is your city, your future. Let's keep building it together. Happy Independence Day, Mayor Greg Meister. I was called out for taking credit for all this, and politics is tough. I do have a campaign that I have to run for, and so I have to showboat what I've been working on. But I'd like to thank my colleagues for supporting the council, city staff through this process and going down this path. The vision that I have put out on the city website and on my website, www.voteformeister.com. But ultimately, we can't do this without you, the staff, the city staff that has delivered, our police department, our parks and leisures, our public works. This city doesn't run without you. You guys are the organs that keeps this city functioning, right? So I greatly appreciate all you do. You make us shine. So thank you for that. Moving on, agenda number 12. Item number 12, Main Street reconstruction. I'm so excited to finish Main Street. This is a great job to staff once again. This is exciting stuff. The people have been calling for this for many years, and we're going to deliver. Agenda item number 15, naming of the community center. Like I said, we're able to voice it out, but it's so exciting to get these briefs on the community center. Our community is going to love the splash park and the accommodations that comes with this gymnasium. It's a great project. So proud to see it come forward. And then microtransit, $2.50 per trip, $2.50 per trip to get to Porterville College and back home. What a deal. I wish I would have had that, I guess, when I was riding my bike to Pioneer as a junior high from the west side of town. Hopefully we can work with Primavera. I would request that we reach out to her and see what kind of direction we can. If we can make this free, I think that would be great. In partnership with Porterville College. We're already cutting the rates. What is it a rider? It costs us about $35 a rider? What's?
On microtransit?
Yes,
It's a
microtransit.
little more. It's actually closer to $60.
Okay, so we got it down to $250. That's pretty amazing. It'd be amazing if Porterville College could meet us the rest of the way. This last Sunday, I spoke at a men's prayer breakfast. Pastor Jeff Atkins invited me. Great group of men, godly men. I was pretty excited because I drew a crowd larger than Gavin Newsom in South Carolina. So I was pretty excited seeing that. I was like, hey, man, I got some name recognition. This is good. And then to going out, Michael Knight. It's been a great honor working with you. Congratulations. I know you have to do what's best for your family, and I look forward to working with you in the future. I know you're not going away. Like the Vice Mayor said, we still have to buy water rights or deliver the water here in Porterville, and it's going to be going through you. I wish you the best and look forward to working with you in the future. And with that, Mr. Knight, if you'd like to give any comments.
Sure, absolutely. As we talk about names for city facilities, I'll throw my name in for the splash pad. We'll go with the splash pad. Just want to say that I'm very grateful for the opportunities. So, been with the city 20 years. Just shy about 2 months, 20 years. But if you were going to count overtime, I would claim 30 years. But grateful for the opportunity that administration had seen in me years ago to bring me in and give me not only a purpose, but an ability to serve my community. And so I'm proud to have served the community for the last 20 years through major events, through occurrences that I don't think that anybody thought would have impacted our community. You know, COVID was a crazy thing. The floods were a crazy thing. I think the only thing we've avoided is any locusts, but that could be next year. So I don't want to put it out there, but also a blessing through this career here at the city. Blessed by my family and their support. Raised 3 beautiful kids while working here, and now 4 grandbabies while being here. So it was a blessing for their support and for them to be proud of the work that I've done in the community. And then also a blessing of city staff. So the administration that helped build me and the team that is still here working, I give them the credit for everything that I've been able to achieve and for everything they've given me professionally. emotionally and look for their support in the future, and hope to continue to be here to support them because they truly are an inspiration to me and have drove me to do many great things in the community, and they will do great things in the community. So looking to opportunities, wasn't looking for an opportunity fell in my lap. And so, yes, after 20 years of being here, it was a tough decision, but look to continue to serve the community and still look for a way to continue to support the city of Porterville moving forward. So I'm not going anywhere. It's not a funeral. It'll probably work out to be a celebration with some cold beverages at some point in time. But I thank you, council, for your support. I am internally grateful for the community members that have approached me individually, the comments on Facebook, the support of my family. I can't say enough about that. And I will miss every one of the staff members here because they have truly become a part of me. So thank you guys all, and thank you, council, for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. City Manager Tree?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also want to echo many of the words that were said tonight, but first, I do want to recognize the people that come to our city council meetings and engage with the council and provide comment. And as a reminder, we're holding our special city council meeting on the 29th, where we'll be discussing our fund balances and capital improvement projects. So I think this is a good opportunity for the community to voice what projects are important and what we should focus on. We have some new faces today, so I want to thank Robert Alvarez, our field service manager, for attending tonight. I know he's here to support Mike, and it's not his last meeting either, so I don't know why we're doing all this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be here on the 29th?
You are going to be here on the 29th.
I forget about the 29th.
That's a study session.
I just want to make that clear. This is not your last meeting, the last city council meeting, but I also want to recognize Louisa for stepping up tonight and leading the department. And I also just appreciate that both Louisa and Sarah with their presentations tonight. I challenge the staff to not utilize consultants, but take ownership of their projects and present them, and they knocked it out of the park tonight. Many hands make light work. I mentioned that to the vice mayor the other night, and I just appreciate staff for what they continue to do, how hard they work. We often talk about results, what results are being driven, from PD, keeping our community safe and working with the homeless. Our streets are cleaning up. I appreciate their hard work. I know they're putting in overtime. And speaking of overtime, the fire department this whole last week, this is their busiest time, but then they're also finding time to go support other communities in time of need. I appreciate that. They're not only keeping our community safe, but then they're going to protect other communities. Our transportation department is finding solutions to help people get to school and to work, and a road department, you see them actively working, and this is not the most convenient weather to work in as far as a person, but it's the optimal time to repave our roads, and we're, like you said, Mayor, we're repaving more roads than we ever have, and I appreciate the staff putting in the extra time. The water department for working with the nonprofits to fix an issue. Engineering, 5 years in the making into bringing online permitting. Finally have a software a provider that I think the public's going to appreciate, our developers are going to appreciate. It's going to streamline operations. That's going to bring real results. I think it's going to drive both economic development and community development. And with the council's vision, the finance department actively sought a way to piggyback on the software that the engineering department was looking at, and is going to be bringing online business applications and renewals to make it easy, reminders. You know, there's a lot of good work that this staff is doing, and I just want to thank them so much. And, you know, Parks, I'm going to forget all the departments, but Donnie probably didn't sleep for 3 days to make sure that the Freedom Fest was a safe and fun, family fun event. His staff continues to just work overtime to bring that event to our community. It doesn't get paid any extra, but he spends his time. So thanks, staff, for everything that you're doing and the results, and thanks for the community for coming out and engaging and trying to be a part of improving our community. And Mr. Knight, you hired me twice, I believe. You were friends, colleagues. You were my mentor. I appreciate what you've done for the city. You worked from the bottom all the way to the top, and you're going to continue to do well. I look forward to continue to work with you. Instead of being on the same side of the table, we'll just be across from the table. But the goal is to work together to build partnerships that will benefit our entire region. And it's exciting to be able to work with you on that. So I think that's it, Mayor. Turn it back over to you.
Okay, I know we're not adjourning because Mr. Knight has to give us one more report. Okay, so we'll go back into closed session. Will you come back and report out, or is it?
We're not expecting there to be any report out.
Okay, thank you.